going to get started by stoking the fire, because the fire has gone out. I don't know if I'll need that big of a fire. Hard to say how cold it feels today. We can but try. That might catch all by itself. Or not. And here's what we're going to be playing with today. Mixing day. So yeah, as you can see, I'm all up with the new lens angles and things. See how that works. Hopefully it'll be okay. This is also a possibility for a way that I could have, like, here, let me turn this on. Might as well have blinky lights for mixing day. These blinky lights are usually brighter than this, but so if I get into a zone of composing and doing more music in this way, then I can use this camera angle for that, and with a bit of luck it'll work out. And it even fits into the little bitty window over what we can see. And Leander, I'm happy that DRes 3 is working out well for you. That's good. Okay, so let's make this fit, and I think it's powered up and ready to go. We may not actually be wanting to use the SWP for this one. Let's see what we've got. Yeah, the idea is to be able to use the speakers, because now I've got this little microphone there, and hopefully that's going to work out. Granted, it is only a mono mic, but still. And yeah, and by the way, oh wait, that's actually the mixing board view, so maybe you'll never mind that for the moment. Wood stove view. And the reason it's a little bit low there is so that I can play instruments if this was a recording day, which it is not. It is not a recording day, because my hope here is so that I can redo this. If you remember, last time we mixed, we did this. So he made that weird thing happen. And sort of up to and including the strange middle section. And that was one way of getting into the mixing thing. And I got a pretty decent mix off of it. I'm not currently playing it through SWB audio capture, but that's hopefully going to be fine. But you see, I had a mix for this. It's not actually even brought up on the board at the moment because the board is set up for that one, not this one. If I enable the faders, the live faders, it will snap to the wrong setting. However, it might be a good idea to do, because one of the things I need to be doing is going in here and tuning all of this. Reason, don't shed a tear. In particular, this section, I need to tune in the new way rather than this old way. So this could be a tedious stream. I see everybody's left. That's cool. So that makes it a fine choice for things to do on this tedious stream. Because I need to delete all of the retune functionality. Because on the first verse, it's not actually working. In certain notes, it goes to the wrong note. Another possibility is just going screw all this and playing Minecraft or something. But, you know, this is an interesting prospect of remixing from scratch after going through and doing a tuning pass the way I did on the previous track. Because right now, it's set up to do the previous track. Except for not, because that's actually not anything like what it should be set to. So, and I'll tell you why. Yeah, let's go for the starting from scratch. We're throwing away everything about the previous mix and restarting it by running this one script. It's now running in the action list, and none of the settings are consistent with the other mix of this content over here, but the gain levels should be. And clearly there are some differences there, but the point is this is now completely off and we have lost all the mix. See? All gone. So it will become opportunity for I mistakenly pulled the gain, the main level down. And I'm honestly wondering now why it's doing this. So let's go on a little exploration and try to find out why that is. Oh, somehow it hadn't picked that up. That's interesting. So now we've got this all zeroed out. There's no mix left. All the mix is gone now. First thing we should do is open up the master meter so we can see what it does. And probably give ourselves a little more level. And the setting that we put on all of those individual tracks is probably fine. But what we're looking to do is, let's see. That's a choice. It stopped very abruptly. So the thing I had in mind we'll bring some of this stuff up. Don't remember what all these things are. Except for we've got bright things on the yellow hat. We got a snare in there. There's a guitar sitting on the red slider. But the purpose of this,
nor shall I, for woe is mine,
is to do this tuning pass over.
sing it not for never.
Because that tuning pass is being done entirely with retune. It's being done entirely with the Melodyne-like thing that Reaper includes. And the problem with that, so this might be a real death march of a day, because I'll tell you, the purpose of being able to disable retune is so that I can slide stuff around in the arrange window and construct the arrangement on the multitrack master rather than having to construct the arrangement on the 2-track mixdown. And that's going to involve a bunch of stuff. So it might be a bit of a death march, but we'll see what we can do. Here's the first step. We have stuff to tune. So all I got to do is option click. I believe that's the way it works. Sure enough. And guess what? No more tuning. And you can already hear some of those notes are out. What's to be done about that? Well, we'll figure it out. If I zoom in like this, I can see a little, actually, come to think of it, wasn't it M or Command M? Yeah. So I don't really need to be looking at that right now. But I do need to be looking at this. we will loop. That's a very faint little sound. And I need to dig out my notes. Some of my notes are like lens filters and stuff. Doing this kind of thing, there's a lot to do about it all. I have to shift gears away from plugin making because, like, literally this morning, I was busily making a plugin for this coming week. The plugin for this coming week is called Cans AW. It's the one that I made in order to, and yeah, I am questioning this very hard. Let me see. I would like to go to advanced audio properties on my stream and figure out whether I can, using ATEM audio, boost this more in a little bit. It's no fun. It did not give me the 6.08 I wanted, but that did give me some of what I wanted, so there we go. I don't know how all of this is working. Oh, so you're interested in the CAN stuff. Let's demo it a little bit. So currently over here, where this is, I've got Console X Bus, which you could see, and a layer of clip-only 2, and monitoring, the original monitoring. There's an interesting twist to this if it sees it. Maybe it doesn't. Oh, it does. That looks different in every DAW. Oh, not only does it look different in every DAW, but it's broken in Reaper. Handy. Okay, so use the VST in Reaper. It doesn't look like, see? See? 3 entries. Fire a twisted wave. Hey Travis, yeah, I'm a little early. I'm going to do like 5 or 6 hours of death march on mixing. And check this out. Assuming we can find it. I bet I can. Four entries. So that's plugin development for you, baby. That's the same plugin, but in twisted wave and reasonably coded DAWs. You get bypass, upfront, sit back, and hallway.
Gliding,
Upfront,
confiding,
sit back, and the famous hallway sound. But if you are in Reaper, you should not try to use the AU because Reaper fails to draw the menu properly. It is not giving you all of the options. But it will if you use the VST or in consolidated. Consolidated draws on the VST. So replace effects, quick replace, VST, Cans AW. It even looks a little prettier. And that's not a very good example, but whatever. And upfront is meant to be basically this mix position here. Sit back is back here. And then Tell you what.
This is forever. This is forever. This is forever. This is forever.
If it's not working, I'll fix it by the time I post it. It should be.
This is forever. 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 This is forever.
Okay, that does not make me happy.
This is forever. This is forever. This is forever.
Perhaps this is not on the...
This is forever. This is forever. This is forever.
Well, that didn't work.
This is forever. This is forever. This is forever. This is forever.
Okay, more testing.
This is forever.
Maybe it doesn't like Twisted Wave also being open? As you saw, the AU worked here. VST needs to be tediously refreshed. So sit with me for like 10 minutes while it's busy doing that. Hey, sit with me in the fire while it's busy doing that. If this gives me enough trouble, I could just go to trying to fix it on the fly. We can abandon mixing and do coding instead. It's not impossible. That's something that could happen. Yeah, Jeff Fiatz. Yeah. I'm probably not going to need to run the fire all that much this morning and afternoon. I can't believe that it's still only 11:18 and I've already face planted and had technical problems. We shall see. It's honestly like a gaming stream or something. Probably what I need to do is switch out the camera for an even closer lens so that there can be a big close-up on my face as I realize that everything is broken and wrong. And that's probably good YouTube right there. But for now, VST2 effects, Kensei W. Let's see if this works correctly or whether there's a problem, because there shouldn't be. There's a problem. This is doing the same thing that it did in Reaper. And this is immune from the bug that exists in the AU version. And you're going to wait a long time for the close-ups because right now I've got Studio Cam. Okay, didn't expect that. It is Fix Bugs in Plugins Day. And I have to do them all over again. Yay. Doable though, doable. This is a thing that can be done. Just abandon this and go over to the other thing. I'm glad I didn't discover it on Saturday morning trying to make a video out of it. That would have been much sadness. Although I do have other stuff that I can drop if this is unworkable at the point of posting. So let's see. So yeah, we'll hang out and talk and fix broken things today. And I don't get to do this work today. I really wanted to mix a track. Well, whatever. And we'll turn off the blinking lights. tempted to just swap over the... I mean, if I swapped over the camera to... Maybe you should play with cameras. Maybe it will be a good... We'll play with all of the broken things. How about... We'll abandon the idea of ever doing live streams again and not do music streams with like this view of things. I'll set back up the close-up view, and then we'll go into fixing the broken plugin stuff. And here, join me in the fire. Actually, I can't really do that because you know why? That's probably the lens I'm going to want to use. So instead, let's do something else. Upstairs cam. And bear with me while I fool with things. This is me kind of fussing with the lenses again. Maybe it's going to be a giant mega too close close-up. We'll find out. How do we even do this? Oh no, this thing's not going to work. Have we set it to... are we recording? No, we're not. Good. Okay, there's no focusing, but that might be the thing. Except it needs to be focused. But we might be able to do that camera thing. Let's see. If I put, well, slow up. I have to do this. That actually looks quite nice. That's not a problem at all. It's a little fussy, Jonathan. Damn if I know whether I'm going to have time to mix later. Probably not. Probably not. I really wanted to, but you don't always get, you know. So that actually looks fine. That lens is fine in that location. This one is all out of focus now, though. So... And I also don't think it's aimed properly because if I sit naturally, I'm off the camera this way. So let's fuss with that too. Did I move it? I've got my stuff all like duct taped together in weird ways, and it's all very cumbersome and wrong. Haven't focused yet, but I'm trying to point it in the right direction. And I can't see chat, so thank you for commentary, rooting me on as I try to make all this stuff work. See, here's the thing. I need to focus it on this point, but I have nothing to sit here to be in focus there. So it's kind of a dead loss, and I don't know what to do. But that's normal for me. Oh, also, before I even get carried away with that, the whole concept of me being in the right place is wrong. Because I have this laptop here which I need to be doing that coding on, and I need to find out what went wrong. Something went very wrong. And that means sitting like here. And so what I thought I needed to aim the camera at was wrong too. So let's fix that. Might be able to do some of the things. Oh, also I can move this because that's also wrong. Oh, gee. Okay, I have other further problems. I have one of the lights on here being held together with simple duct tape. I don't know whether you can hear me. And let's see, I also have to move this away. Try not to all fall over. Oh, okay. So that was unhelpful, but in a completely new and distinct way. Fair enough. Aim it up. Light is still held on with a piece of duct tape. More. Here, let go. Listen up. Okay, well, out of focus. Yeah, repository for presets. Yeah, hopefully if I get to do this one thing and find out why it went so terribly wrong and do all the work over again, that counts as kind of presets. I got to show you it in one instance. The AU only in the program Twisted Wave actually worked. Everything else completely failed. And I don't know why. Can I see my chair back? No. Okay, so one of the things I sometimes like to do is put this thing on the lens. You like clamp it on, and then there's a little stick sticking out that you can adjust. And if I figure out where it points, I can go, okay, we're pointing at this thing now, and therefore that gets to be in focus. In order to do that, I have to stick it on the lens and figure out where it needs to go. So, I don't know any better way of doing this than some spot checks. It's not too bad. See, one of the cool things about this little thing is that if I have it on the lens, I could take a drumstick and reach way over to where the lens is, or maybe something longer than a drumstick in this case, and like nudge the lever to focus it while I'm able to see what I'm doing. Because right now what we're looking at, and I'm still looking at the Reaper mix over there, right now what I'm looking at, I can't even see what I'm doing when I adjust the focus, nor is it even able to focus on anything in shot unless I'm sitting there. So giant cluster fluff, and let's see what can be made to happen. Okay, so there's focus. So it needs to be like even closer. And honestly, I've got to come up with a better way of doing this. Yeah. Okay, so I need to change the text on the stream though. Oh, sorry. Typing, getting it wrong. We're calling this stream a big mess. This gets to be a big mess, and we'll see what happens, I guess. Put the chat back. And yeah, talk amongst yourselves. I'll respond to anything I see. And I see a thought. Hey, a thought. With the meter plugin, you'd have to play it back on another track onto the same mix bus. If you were able to do that, that would work. Load up a track on your monitoring chain or whatever it is that you're using. I'm going to make another cup of coffee when I've finished with whatever this is. And more focusing. Yeah, I'm doing this the hard way. What does it look like if we're in display overlay? Okay, so if I sit just right, or, oh, no, now I'm off cam again. Okay, many fixes, many things I have to do. Weirdly, talking about the vocal writer, I'm using discontinuity currently, not with this current set of mixing, but I'm aiming towards being able to do this in future. Being able to use discontinuity so that striking dynamic changes in the vocal sound right. Because if you, maybe this would be a fine time to play with some of the other things I could be doing. Why not? I don't get to mix today. More of this. I've got many further things to fool with. I wish I could show you all of them. Well, I can probably show you some of them. We do have the handy dandy additional cam. And that can sort of be used that's the light. So let's aim the additional extra cam over to where you can see what I have to do over here, or at least a little bit. And then I can return it to stove duties once I'm done. This is duct tape holding on this. And that's not going to be acceptable, so now I have to undo the duct tape somehow. I better go and get a scissors for this. I'm feeling like this is not going to work. Act of extreme ambition to set it up in the first place. So yeah, you can kind of sort of see. This is not part of the camera, is it? It is. We'll do a little adjust there. Oh God, that top one is feet, not meters. No wonder it wasn't doing what I thought it was doing. So I'm trying to remove the duct tape, which is stuck on the thing, without knocking everything violently over. Succeeded. Yay. So there's another piece of duct tape here, kind of behind the screen. It's behind the screen. This is where you are. And this is holding the bottom of this thing together. And it's more neatly assembled so it can be removed more neatly as well. And once I get that off, the other side of it. Yeah. Gotta go carefully lest I knock everything over violently. And fancy stuff that I don't want to knock over violently. So, let's give that power again so you can see where the stand lives. There's the camera. This can come around this way. And actually pull in over here or not. So this is a little stand for this light. I don't think any of this is in focus. We're focused on the wood stove when it's turned around. Apologies for that. Can't be bothered right now. So the next thing, before dealing with the aim of the camera and that stuff, because now we're even more zoomed in, there's a subwoofer down there that the stand is sitting on. And if I have this fully extended, its foot sits down on there as well. If you twist it this way, all of its little bits lock. And if I scooch it around this way, here is the Venus Theory little tiny portable speaker. Maybe that doesn't need to sit there right now. And scooch this through here. So there's two possible goals. One goal is to make this be around the edge of this lens. Because you see, you've got a camera right there. And if it fits, it's a ring light, so if it fits through the lens, then it kind of draws your eye to where the camera lens is. Unfortunately, if I do that, I can no longer move the camera. And if you remember, camera is here. See, now we've blocked it with this light. So that's immediate non-starter. And the question becomes, is there a place I can stick the light that maybe if I need to keep moving it around, then I might not actually want it in shot there, but I'm going to want it to be somewhere. Oop, I'm bumping things. But I'm going to want it to be somewhere. So perhaps along the edge of the screen is a possibility. So we go here, and now we have to move it this far over to have it be in the way of the shot. Funny, I just watched a video by Andrew Huang about how he set up his visual stuff and so on as well. It's about a month old or so. It was quite amusing because like this is basically what it's always like dealing with this kind of stuff. It's like, oh boy, okay, so let's mess with the lens and this sits over here and how do I get this light in shot or out of shot? So another possibility would be to scooch it back here and lifting it up so that its foot sits in the right place. Maybe so that it's closer to the speaker. See, here's where my speaker is. And if it sits there, it's no longer at the lens. So looking at the light won't make you look at the me look at the lens. But on the other hand, it can sit there pretty comfortably. And I'm not afraid of sticking some duct tape onto my speaker. I'll peel it off again when I'm done. So that might be the winner. Winner, ring light dinner, as it were. Because the edge of the screen will block the light somewhat, but it shouldn't be all that much. Oh, and I literally bumped the tripod. Sorry about that. Didn't mean it. By the way, here's another ring light, but it's so bright that you can't even see it. That's what it really looks like. And then you can also see lights reflected, and there's a mirror there, which maybe should be acoustic treatment. You can slightly, you probably can't hear it, but I'm bumping a that is my new microphone for making the videos. See, there it is. That's the same Sennheiser I was using for the live stream days, except for now I'm using the latest video. The video in BezEQ was done using this instead of the Colaris, and I think it worked better. And you can scooch over here to see the camera with which I make the plug-in videos. And also, here's a cute little note. Trying to find a focus. This is another ring light. This is simply black duct tape. Here's a real special Airwindows trick for you. Here is a ring light in extreme Mondo close-up. And I have lined the edges of it with a black duct tape to make what's called a sort of barn door. That means that if you're looking side on from the light, you can't see that anymore. The light is shining directly on what it's aimed at, but if you're to the side of it, it'll stay darker. So it is and the other light's doing the same thing. This one over here does also have, you can kind of see it. Or you could if it was in focus. I've got duct tape in there. And I keep bumping the Sennheiser. Okay, so here we are, and still aiming this this camera. Ideally, I come up with a way of doing that actually works. Remembering, of course, I want to put, where'd it go? Where'd the thing go? There it is. I want to put this on the camera there so that if I need to focus without really being able to look at the screen, I need to be able to do that. And if I could do that, I could aim it for like, you can't even see what I'm pointing at, can you? Whoa, here's how we fix that. I can aim the super close-up camera at this, and then if I'm doing like a recording stream or something like that, then I can at least do that. There we go. Make the blinking lights blink again. So, here's our challenge for this stuff. Firstly, this is a wobblier tripod too, but this is a tripod for surveyors. It's like for laser sights and stuff. Oh, and it's kind of strangely movable too. That's interesting. That's not great for this, but it will be greater for being able to move around the focus of it. Because this is the one that needs to be able to focus on me. So, if I have it set up to do this, that's nice and close up, so I might as well put this on. And I'm bumping it again, damn it. Forgive me for cursing up a storm. I said damn, ooh. One of the reasons there is I tend to have the levers that are usually behind the camera poking out in front of the camera so that I can reach them, because there's nobody else here to help me. I have to do this all by myself. It's fine in its way, but can be cumbersome. Get that stuck on there, and then try to fit it onto the lens. Oh, I don't, it's too tight, gotta do it back again. That's probably too loose, but maybe it's fine. It's probably fine. Can we get there? I don't know if it's fine. Yeah. Earth. Come on. Gotcha. This is definitely wobbling a lot more than it should be. It's very wobbly. I don't know if you can see, but you can kind of see it up here. Look at how wobbly this dumb thing is. That's no good. I've got to see, this no longer is in the way. The little ring is not in the way anymore. In fact, I can turn it off. But this is terrible. It's just wobbling back and forth to the point where it wants to just straight up fall over. So, can't have that. If you lean it up this way, kind of tries to fall over. On the other hand, if I stick it, if the leg that is reaching down into there, if I stick that to this piece of board that is part of the desk, how much Do I have a flat section? I do. So a little bit of automotive trim tape, the kind of stuff that you use where there's a little sort of dense foamy stuff with double stick on either side of it, and I've got some of that because that's a useful maker material that you can have around. One small block of that tucked into, let's see, can I make this be focused on the thing that I care about? That's as close as I'm going to get. A little bit of sticky literally in here, literally in this point, will stop this from sliding. And if this is stopped from sliding, the rest of it's fairly stable and aimable. And the aimableness of it is important. So let's go over to that. So this is the stuff I'm talking about. It's a 3M material, and it's like flexy black stuff. It's a foam, so it's slightly compressible. This red part is the putting the double-sided tape on there. And if I take a patch of that and put it into that spot, then that camera will not wobble around as much. I could put duct tape over it, but that wouldn't actually help as much. So you're going to peel off the plastic backing. Now I have a little piece of double-sided tape that is sticky on both sides and slightly compressible to put in that place where there are two flat surfaces that need to not move against each other. And that's a doable thing. In fact, I could even stick little bits of duct tape at the points where the legs, see the legs of that stand are just plastic balls that are supposed to fit into a rubber cup that they have, but I can put duct tape around the plastic ball and onto this surface down here. Scooch it a little bit. Yeah, this camera is actually the camera that I got that is completely busted, by which I mean I bought it from, typically I use Adorama camera in New York for getting these things, and it's used and the back glass of the little screen is shattered. Still works. For now, it still works, but the glass is shattered on the screen, so I got it for cheap. If you're interested in this kind of thing, keep an eye out for stuff like that. You might just be able to use an extra camera and be like, if you promise that it still works, maybe it's okay if the glass is busted. I prefer not to have lenses and things have broken glass, but the display screen, if you're fortunate enough to find a display screen that's broken in that way, you could save some money on picking up the camera. And if they're telling the truth about that it still works, win-win. Okay, so here's our tape. Here's the bit that I removed, the scissors that I used, and the duct tape that is no longer stuck onto the situation. Here is the additional light that is part of the situation. I'm going to put that stuff back. Also, the stove has run out. Remember, we still have programming debugging to do, so this is a very annoying day, but what do you want? I'll tell you what. That's actually a much nicer way of focusing on. Can we do that? Hang on. Lovely. Yes, we can. Stove is not on fire anymore. I'll tell you why. I forgot to engage the damper. Again, this has a damper with a catalyst. It needed to come up to heat anyhow, but when you don't have the damper engaged, man, it burns out real fast. Whatever. I will set up my patented little cross of logs. One this away, one that away. It should catch real good. And the whole thing is hot enough that I can just engage the damper at this point. And that should get going. Not that it's not cold in here, but then I'm jumping around like a fool trying to fix things all the time. And here's one of the things to fix. What's my situation look like if I'm trying to code on, more things to do? That's pointed at the wood stove, so I can't use it right now. I have to plug in the video converter and plug in, route that under this. Oh, what are you doing? I have to weave this underneath the tripod. Okay, come on. There you go. That's the way. Very good. Got there. I have to plug in the laptop. If we plug in the laptop, it does this. There we go. So having done that, I'm completely out of focus and off screen. And I'll tell you why. It's because I need to adjust the focus and the aim of the camera. And first thing we're going to do there is loosen up the rotation of the camera completely so that it is not hard to do. Vertical position seems okay. And maybe let's see how this technique works. Drumstick. I may be able to reach over to this camera and adjust the aim of it. Oh, the end of that bit that I adjust has a little hole in the end of it, so I can actually pivot it as I see fit, including over to here. Cool. So if I would, it needs to be aimed down, maybe. And then, can I reach even farther to adjust the focus? Signs point to yes. Drumstick camera manipulation for the win. Meaning that I can set this up. Can't really see what I'm doing there, and this is not the best lens for this, but I'm doing the best I can. Honestly, if I don't lean in and I sit back, it's a little more comfortable anyhow, and needs more focusing. That ain't it. That ain't it, Chief. What about the opposite direction? And by the same token, if I did scooch it to the side, we can even focus it on that. So, coolie for foolies. Still trying to figure out what we're doing here. Over this way. That's hard to do. It's stuck. You know, I don't think I'm going to be able to get any better than that. Here's what we got. Gonna lean a little farther back, so back means moving this focusing thing up. And closer means moving the focusing thing down. And yeah. Okay, so brief fire interlude. Yay! Okay. That was a giant pain, but here we are ready to dive into even more pain, meaning fixing the bugs of whatever happened with AW. So let's see, and where do I need to, past a certain point, I just change how I'm sitting to adjust that. And let's see, drumstick again, please, to adjust this. Up this way. Good enough. Good enough for government work. Government people have to do much harder things than this. So, where we left off was that it did not work. Here's my screen. Let's check and see whether that's even really true. I'm going to have just only the laptop speakers for this, I think. Did this get by me in a way what I should have spotted? It didn't. Or is it actually working differently here? So here's Ken's AW. Bypass. Up front. Sit back. Hallway. So that works here. What went wrong with the VST? Yeah, that's not right. That's consistently wrong no matter where I go. However, there's another thing that could be changed on the AU. I feel like fixing this camera again. Give me a second. If I adjust that thing, I can slouch into shot. Also, how are we doing on what bits are really in or out of focus? Because I still have my trusty drumstick for adjusting the position of that lever. Where would it need to go? I think it needs to go this way. Good enough. Okay, so here we are. And I still have the bleeding goodbye. Goodbye, Mix. I don't get to do you today. We're going to fix some things instead. I really would rather be doing this now than discovering, well, if I discovered it on Saturday morning, all that would happen is I would fail to make good on my promises of putting that out the coming weekend, and I would have to do something else. And here are the current options. Here's the current options. Here's cans that all needs to be literally replaced, so literally I can throw away every bit of this. It was all morning I was working on that. It's gone. See? It's gone. Empty the trash because it's all broken. But you'll see that I do still have options and could still put something out even if I discovered that on Saturday morning, and that's why having a backlog is good for stuff like this. I could put out, why does that say Airwindows? Well, that's dumb. Looks like we're going to stop fixing the one thing in order to go and fix something else. Give me a moment. Out you guys go. And literally throw this away too. And then make a new folder. Yeah, this is one of those things where it's like everything's broken and wrong. I can't do anything right today, but that does not necessarily stop me from making the effort. Let's check, make sure Airwindows 2 in the Linux version, so it's only the signed version that's broken. And by broken, I don't really mean very much in the way of broken. I just mean these need to be put into this little folder. And I got to drag the folder onto a disk image file maker. And that's what that is. And having done that, I can get rid of that little folder. And now this is a disk image file that says Airwindows 2 on it. Airwindows 2 is the one where rather than just making everything a giant mess, it can act a little bit more like a gate or an envelope. I let you smooth it, but it's also taking each channel and applying it to the normalized. Is normalized the correct word for that? Polarized? We're using FABS, absolute value of the opposite channel, meaning that it is, and it's the stapling is finished. So we have, after I close this program, we have this, and now we have Airwindows 2 DMG to go with the plugins that reside within, because those were fine, but I had the folder called the wrong thing. I am absolutely going to go and make another cup of coffee. This was way harder of a day than I expected. Maybe I'll be able to do mixing on Thursday, if I'm lucky. I'm tempted to do all the tuning stuff before getting into mixing. What I've done is undo all the mixing that I did previously, back when I first did that track for Never. All the tone stuff is the same, although I might have ideas for changing that too. But all the levels, all the faders are now deleted. And I need to go in and arrange it in the arrange window rather than arranging it in the 2-track master. And at least I did this bit right. So the choice is, if I had discovered that CAN's AW was broken on Saturday morning, I would have gone with one of these. And probably not mentioned that I was going to do CAN's AW. And it would be Disintegrate, or Airwindows 2, or Sweet Wide, which I have not told you about yet. Because the thing about Sweet Wide, turns out you can use the absolute value version of Airwindows, the one that is much more polite. and less aggressive, that can be used to cut out side channel stuff. And not even side channel stuff. It can be used to cut out a sound that is one channel or the other channel. And if you think about it for a moment, you can see how that would be, because what it's doing, each of the channels is being convolved, possibly with smoothing, in this case without, by the absolute value of the other channel. And the absolute value of the other channel produces the loudness, meaning that if you have a mono signal, it's just getting the square root of the absolute value of the channel that's being processed. What that does is it takes mono stuff and passes it through untouched. It's unchanged. So the middle stuff is not altered at all. Then if you have something that is only in one side, only in one channel or the other channel, what you get there is silence. Because when you have the one channel and you're multiplying it by the absolute value of the other channel to give it its loudness, but the other channel is silent, you are repeating yourself, I don't know about me, that means that the output becomes zero if it's only on one side. So the reason it's called sweet wide is because if you take your track where it resists making sounds that are only in one channel or the other and passes through mono stuff untouched, what it will do is boost mono content and refuse to boost side stuff, although I think it also boosts out of phase stuff. And then what sweet wide does is it subtracts that mono content just subtly. And that's what you get. And the reason I call it sweet wide is because it will either sort of vaguely widen things in an interesting way or narrow things in an interesting way. But in so doing, it tends to produce a lot of even harmonics. So sweet wide. And I discovered that developing LR Convolve 2, which I've just made an appropriate folder for, so that when I do put it out, I can actually put it out and that'll work. So I would say back we go to coding stream, but you know what? My coffee is empty. I get to go and make another cup of coffee if I want, so I'll put some music on for you guys. I'll leave it on stove cam, and I'll be back in a moment, because I've got through all of the various other stuff for the most part that I was doing. Except that I'm probably going to want to use a slightly less zoomed in camera, but that's a work for another day, I think. Toasty. So let's see, what shall we do? What can I do? Stream audio folder. Let's just throw on the first of my, no, let's throw on this one. Jonathan, probably not. No, I probably can't make a tape delay version that doesn't create phase issues.
started. You want to hear what that sounds like in the upstairs cam? Should be able to do it. Upstairs cam.
Good enough. So, sometimes it is handy getting, and there was no percolator, it's a pour-over coffee. Sometimes it's handy getting distracted and rushing off to do stuff. Because in the process of making the coffee and, going like that, I have probably figured out what went wrong. And there's two different things that I can do. Here's the first. I would like to make this work in Reaper properly, and it's not. You notice that we have this stuff where param value min value ka, max value kd. It makes these menu items, it does these things, but there's something unusual, or not to say unusual, but notice what it's doing here. It starts with 1 rather than starting with 0. It's possible that Reaper only functions when indexed values always start with 0. What that would do is make it so that it starts with 0 and then doesn't apply anything. And then in the second position, it expects to be 1 because it has 4 positions, and so it expects them to be 0, 1, 2, 3, right? And that would make it be nothing happens up front and sit back, which is what we were observing. And then it never gets to hallway because it can never give the value of 4 that is actually programmed into this. Twisted Wave could. Twisted Wave listened to what the consts were, but Reaper does not. And also only shows 3 options instead of 4. So it's broken in several different ways. And we're going to see whether we're able to fix that in any way. 0, 1, 2, 3. We are still on the audio unit. There's a separate thing for the VST, and I bet you I know what it is. I bet I'll say what I'm going to see, open it up, and I'm betting it's going to be that, meaning that all of the VSTs will have been compiled with that, and that's why they don't work. But here is our first thing. 0, 1, 2, 3. These are the values that you can have. And let's see, save that. It's making strings in this way, setting the parameters, default param value, min value ka. Now that is 0, min value is 0, and max value is 3 rather than 4. And room position is this, so now we need to change this a little bit too. 0, 1, 2. And you see, if it listened to what I was telling it, we would get here because it would be case 4. But it's only able to go to case 3 and it's not showing one of its options. It's going to be really interesting to see whether we can actually make this work. And it never hits default, interestingly. If it was using that, then we'd actually get the hallway reverb, but we're not. Or rather, we only do in certain DAWs. So, if anybody works on Reaper and is watching this, then yeah, point of order, you should listen to the number that's being declared. But since we can't do that, we're going to build it, and we have to build it twice because I have already cleaned up the build settings for this. this afternoon may very well be walking through this whole rigmarole again that I did all like yesterday and this morning, but this is how you make it work. This is how you fix the problems and make it work, one hopes. So, now we have a build folder. Now we have a newly made component file that goes over to here. And that worked the first time, so that's not a problem. The problem resides here. And this is the part I have to do all over again. Let me tell you what you're gonna see if I'm right. This code needs to take a value that goes from 0 to 1 and translate it into a value that, like technically the way this works is I had it coded to go from 1 to 4. We've just changed it to go from 0 to 3 so that hopefully Reaper likes it better. But if I'm correct, the reason the VST was not working, and I don't know why I thought it was working, I tested it, but I must not have tested it, or I had too much else on my mind, which happens to Americans in these days. This is February 4th of 2025. If you know, you know. Clearly I didn't test it enough. So when I open this, what we will see, here's the H file, param A equals 0. There's all the stuff. It compiles and runs and so on. Here we have, see this? A times 3.999. I can even select that and copy it. This is what you need to turn it into an integer. And the display shows just fine. But when we open up the other part, which is cans AW proc, PROC, for processing, there's two different versions of that. Both of them will just say A, and they will not say A times 3.999. And also the case numbers are probably going to say 1, 2, 3, 4. And for that reason, it will not be able to engage any of the stuff that is designed into it and technically working because it's not asking it to. And moment of truth, let's see whether this is what it says. Sure enough, 1, 2, 3, 4. And it is saying, well, is it saying it in both places though? Because I tell you one thing, this is not set up to work with Reaper. It needs to go 0, 1, 2, 3. So it's possible that was the only problem. But I'd better also check. See, this might be why it got past me. So here's another level of complication that I have to deal with in order to make these things work. So the way this works is if you're running in Twisted Wave, which is the program that I'm testing on the antique laptop, Twisted Wave runs in 32-bit. It's using 32-bit floats for its audio. Reaper calls the 64-bit processing. Let's see whether roompause int A times 3999, never mind this other bit that we've also just fixed. Let's see whether it says, wait, no, this was the, okay, so, Could it be as simple as that? It needs to say 0, 1, 2, 3, which it did not. I'm actually on the double processing. See? Double input sample L, double input sample R, and process replacing double inputs and outputs. That's something that you can tell VSTs to do. So this is now fixed. It's possible that it was always calling upon different processing modes, but it wasn't able to get to hallway because of this simple oversight. So let's save that. Scoot up to here. Yeah, the other one is also calling A times 3999. So it's also able to make integers from 0 to 3. But this also has that same problem. It needs to say 0 to 3, not 1 to 4. So we can test that out. And I am of two minds as to whether I want to go through the entire rigmarole. Honestly, it might be more fun to do anything else. But let's see whether this now fixes the bug that I had that I will have fixed by this weekend. You will be able to have this by this weekend. If this did it. And it should. Save, build. Got through that just fine. Option drag so that I can get two versions of it. And then if this works, I have to go through the entire well, I could do the ring modulator. That way I would have two plugins, and that would be a little more fun than just grinding through this whole process again. Also, you'll notice I have something called BesiComp there, which is what if I use this undersampling technique to slow the attack on a very primitive compressor? But that's another story. We'll get to that. I should have just instantiated the VST plugin. Here's our little noisemaker that's coming off of the laptop speakers. You can hear it a little bit easier since it's an Omni mic now. Here's the fix to this. Interesting side note, that had been assigned to hallway when I closed it, and it remembered that, but it didn't put in a new, more VST Maker stuff. So this loaded up the plugin, and it had been told to run hallway, but I had it on bypass for some reason. I suppose I can test that again, right? So if you have it instantiated, does it in fact honor what you told it to be? Is this going to be hallway or is this going to be bypass? If it is hallway, we have more bug fixing to do. No, that's bypass. And you can tell that's up front because it's a little bit quieter. Sit back. And then this should be hallway. Barring the initial weirdness, where I had just changed it, but it had been set to something else, this is ready to go. Moment of truth, does the VST now work? It should. If it doesn't, we're on to another fix. Got there. Full bypass, up front, sit back, hallway sound. And of course, hallway sound is made to be this sound, which is actually now really quiet for some that's what the hallway sound is. I recorded that off of the camera, and I tried to emulate it, and that's what it was. Yeah, so restore to bypass when you're ready to actually run a mix. Got there. Okay. So, over to Mega Turbo close-up that needs focusing. Well, we decide what to do next. And I'm going to, I don't know, sip my coffee a little bit and recenter on here's what we can do for the afternoon. One possible option is you can say, Chris, you've had a really hard morning, go and take a nap. If you do, I will literally do that. And I won't even take a nap in the fire. Instead, I'll just go and take a nap. But here's some other options. I've got a plugin in development called, because I'm telling you, when I switch over to grinding out all of the little variations for Windows VST, Linux VST for Intel, Linux VST for Raspberry Pi, which is a whole separate computer, signed versions of the audio unit, signed versions of the VST plugin. When I do that, it's a giant pile of busy work, and I like to have multiple plugins to draw upon so that I can do them in batches. That's what I like when it's time to do that. So although I had my heart set on mixing a song today, I was all set up with the upstairs cam and everything, although honestly that doesn't seem to be working. I'm still figuring out, like, do I want to try to take this cam and like take an entirely other microphone and put it on there? Because I have a microphone that's not currently in use that is an extremely low noise microphone, and I could like float that above the, I'll show you. Back over to the camera zone. I could take a microphone and sit it here, sort of pointing down. Doesn't always sound very good, but it is so low noise that I could do it. Whereas the one I'm currently using, this one that is simply a paper lantern over a light bulb. It's an LED light bulb, so it's not like it's going to catch on fire. It's just a paper lantern. Here's some of my other stuff, and back over to stove cam as it's running out again, but it's actually kind of warm in here, so no matter. So what I currently have is ring modulator. Ring modulator is meant to be the same thing that LR Convolve can do, except for I'll just feed in a sine wave, and it'll apply a sine wave to both channels in exactly the same way that you'd have it. So you could adjust the frequency of the sine wave, and then if you had like two channels of, singing vocal, you could turn them into Swedish Chef. You could also take one of the things that you were hearing on the weird modular synth thing that I was playing while making coffee was a Fender Rhodes, and that's a classic option for a ring modulator. So what you do is you modulate that by the sine wave that you feed in, and it should produce that kind of Mahavishnu Orchestra freaky ring modulated electric piano sound. I don't know if I have a electric piano sound handy, but the ideas around ring modulator are as follows. See, this is what I have to do when figuring this stuff out, and we'll contemplate doing that today. I don't think I'm up for 2 cassette, although it would be, I could always try. I'm planning to be streaming until like 5 or thereabouts, maybe a little bit earlier. So we could try making a 2 cassette. The question is how much to add to it. I have some specific ideas. Hey, Dialectical Spectacle. I don't think you can type in values on Ableton. Don't know what to tell you. I don't think you can type in values on Ableton. So ring modulator has a couple of possibilities to it. Granted, one of the possibilities is set up a sine wave oscillator inside the unit and have it modulate, rather than having it be the channels modulating each other, you have this sine in there modulating things. So you could have a sine wave in there and modulate both of the channels, and then you could modulate a full mix. You'd probably want to have a dry wet in there for the degree of modulation, because of course if you're modulating it off of a sine wave and you just turn down the sine wave, it will simply end up being 0. You would basically, if you modulate the volume of the sine wave, it'll just become silence. Now, there are other options, such as doing freaky things like frequency modulating the ring modulator frequency. That would be a thing. Another possibility would be making ring modulator, having the sine oscillator in there. That's fairly straightforward. I'd probably want to have it track that oscillator with smoothing applied, because if you track the oscillator with smoothing applied, then the shifts in pitch will be not stair-steppy. But if it's a stereo plugin, such as one would use for the VST version, there's no reason you couldn't have 2 oscillators, separate oscillators for left and right. Then if you have the a mono signal going in, like your electric piano going in, if you have 2 oscillators, one in each channel, you have the mono electric piano sound in there. But then you will have 2 distinct crazy inharmonic sounds. I wonder if I can demonstrate. Well, I can't really demonstrate it very well. I wish I could. I don't have anything handy. I don't have any good way of pulling up an electric piano. He says, thinking of Six Signs. Did you know that Six Signs has just had an update for... Six Signs just got an update where it now has some kind of ability to... What was it? Apply phase modulation rather than just frequency modulation, which I think is a Casio thing. So he just added like yet another sound producing thing to it. So if you're a Six Signs user, which I know I am, and yes, Surge XT has electric piano sounds, yes. I can't get any new effects into Surge. So I would have to like fire up Reaper and start all of that going, and then have Surge patched in, and then instantiate something on there, and maybe run an entirely separate synth somehow to do a sine wave just to show you what the electric piano stuff would be like. So that's not looking great at the moment. But I can tell you what it is supposed to be. Namely, the questions around ring modulator are, should it simply be a sine frequency being added in and then a dry wet to be the amount of the effect? Or two distinct sine frequencies. Both of them can be smoothed as far as the pitch is concerned so that you can modulate them more effectively. Whether it's worth modulating those sines to make it even crazier is another story. I'm not sure I'm necessarily going there. But that would be a way of producing unusual stereo effects through having the ring modulating effects happen off different frequencies in each channel. That would take a mono source and make it strikingly different on each channel. And none of that I can demonstrate over the laptop. I can't demonstrate stereo things until I make them. BesiComp, I could probably make something that could be played with. So that's the question. So again, ring modulator, and I could do some of the initial work on that. El Bonito, it's not a delay. Although I'll tell you another thing that I should get involved with here, and that is the idea of doing a bit crushy type thing where you can apply delays to individual bits. I should at least have a template for starting that one. Now let's just start doing stuff. Here's coding stream again. Let's just start doing stuff. This might be blank. Yep. So, oh, no, it's not. No, it's not. This is not blank. This has all of the parameters available. Including the smoothing factor, which is useful because I'm going to be using that. But this has the basis for the original modulator. This has the basis for the original, not the redesigned one. And what do I mean when I say the redesigned one? Well, basically, I mean this. You're not going to be able to hear a damn thing about this. Do I have demo audio? Convolve 2 test. Perfect. Perfect. No notes. So you can't hear it properly, but that's a guitar in one channel and drums in the other. Here's what you do. Do I have? I'd better check to see whether the VST Convolve 2 is correct. After all, the one that I just did was sorely broken. LR Convolve 2. Smooth channel is what you have in LR Convolve 2. Channel determines which one's going to be passing through normally and which one's going to be forced to be in phase. and that determines what you get out of it. And smooth basically takes the one that's being made into an absolute value that doesn't get to invert. And that's the one you can't really hear clearly. And it smooths it. And when you smooth it, less of the modulating stuff, less of the convolve leaks through. So if we have smooth all the way down, the guitar is pretty much full crank the whole time. So you kind of get a bit of it, but mostly not. But then if you're having the guitar leak through, and then the drums are the ones that are providing the convolution of it, you can have it go full crank, right? But then if you turn smooth all the way down, so it's acting more like the raw input of the one channel into the other, except for absolute value of that, you get the percussive effect of the drums over what is clearly the guitar. And you smooth it a little bit to take out some of that grind. And you can hear that it's the guitar, but you're getting the dynamics of the drums instead. And that's LR Convolve 2. And that's also the secret of Sweet Wide. Let's check the VST version, because it's not showing up, and I think I'm making assumptions as to what works and what does not, but this is probably fine. It goes un and wide. You're listening on a mono microphone, so you're going to hear none of this, but un gives you the middle stuff kind of accentuated, but with this same technique that we just heard in LR Convolve, meaning that you can kind of it's getting a lot of even harmonics added to it. Jonathan, no, LR Convolve 2 is not doing something similar to a malfunctioning cassette. And then if you go to wide, what you end up getting is a even harmonic subtraction of center channel content that's leaving the hard left and hard right content alone. So it's basically changing the sound around to either suppress the hard left and hard right or boost it. And it's not really at its best doing that, but that's sweet wide. So that's another one of the possibilities of if I wasn't able to produce next week's CANS AW plugin. So this is in the tank as well. But here's what we're looking at for a ring modulator. End of coffee. any kind of luck, that'll hold me for the rest of the coding. Oh, I mentioned I was going to do a thing. New project. Let's start this one without Cocoa View because this is one where the audio unit... Actually, what am I even doing? The audio unit for ring modulator should have a mono option. I feel like the audio unit users could probably use that. It's fairly straightforward. This is more busy work. This is what I sometimes do with these things, is there can be a mono version, and it can literally be called mono. It doesn't show up in the VST because the VSTs always are stereo. But in the audio units, you can have a mono version of it. And one of the things about that is that the mono version will also run what's called N2N. N2N means that it can also be a quad, or 5.1 or 7.1. It will do as many channels as you throw at it. So that's always kind of neat. Twig City, I'm happy that Meter is working out for you. I really need to update Meter as well. There's something that I could do with it. And the last I visited it, it's still compiled. Anytime I walk away from any of the Pamplejuice-based plugins, there's always the risk of everything breaks when I try to visit it next. It's not a pretty reality of it, but it is a reality of it that since I don't know how to code in Juice, which is the graphic user interface thing that's based on, like, I know how to code the graphic sides of it to some extent. I can look up what I need to do, and I can do the little knobs and things and make those work. But Pamplejuice is what's called continuous integration. And continuous integration means you're on GitHub running complicated things to cause it to build the plugins for people on the website itself. I can build them locally to some extent, but it's very cumbersome for me to build these retro plugins locally. Here, let me finish doing this. Mono. And now we have ring modulator and ring modulator mono. So one thing I could do is check to see whether I've got any. Oh, and I'm going to be wanting to have something built into here. The deal with Juice is that I'm not only using Juice, I'm using Pamplejuice, which is a continuous integration thing built by a guy named Sudara who has a synth coming out that is going to be very cool when it is finished. And in fact, I will buy one when it's finished. I am also still talking to... I am still talking to... Hang on, give me a second. I am still talking to the company that made this, the Yale Tech's control surface. I am talking to them, but I'm not hearing anything back from them. Sudara, no way. Yeah, so I'm just talking about Pamplejuice. I'm saying that when I wander away from Pamplejuice-based stuff for like 6 months to a year, it's very likely that something in the GitHub build system has broken since the last time that I visited. That happened to Bacon Paul on the Airwindows consolidated build just the last couple of weeks. Several things broke and he had to go and fix them. And my challenge is that I'm not competent to work on that stuff because it's way the heck over my head. I do not have that kind of cross-platform coding experience. So that's the challenge. By the way, as long as you're here, Sudara, I will mention that there is one possibility, and I am legit sorry to do this to you, but the person who made that stuff possible is in chat right now. This is also the person who's working on, I believe it's going to be called Sign Machine, a synthesizer that I'm going to buy as soon as it's available. Yep. And he's floated the idea of making what's called a monorepo. What a monorepo would do is if I have, much like I have these things on the laptop here for the retro plugins, if there is a monorepo that can build all of the plugins as long as it's in working order, I can start churning out graphic user interface plugins at a massive rate. And as long as one of them works, they will all work. But doing a monorepo is a bunch of work, so it's asking a lot. I would say if Sodara does this, you gotta promise to buy his plugin when it comes out. I'm going to. I'm absolutely going to. It looks awesome. Also, Sodara, if you didn't notice, if you're a Six Signs user, Six Signs has a new update. So there is more crazy sound making in store for that. But yeah, Pample Juice is a framework that Sodara makes available for people. And it is what made me able to make Meter and literally Console X, which also can be reused to do like Console H. Once I redesigned the sound around that, my end of the GUI coding and so on is pretty straightforward. Yeah. Six Signs is a virtual synth. And the Sign Machine thing, if you follow Sodara on Blue Sky, he is posting the occasional video clip, the occasional little demo of like, oh, hey, this is an interesting bug. I don't know whether I should fix it or just keep it. And usually I'm going to say keep it. But that is in the works. It's going to be a commercial product. Pample Juice is an open source thing, some kind of open source thing, or at least it's available for people to use. And again, Pample Juice is the framework by which I've been able to do Meter or whatever. And the neat thing about that, like if you've gotten GitHub continuous integration to build working plugins on GitHub, those get to continue to sit there. If you have multiple versions or something and you had to fix something, unless you intentionally delete them, GitHub will let stuff continue to be there. And so you can go back in the releases thing or look in the nightlies or whatever. You go back to this older version, for instance, like I have on the website, where I when I post stuff, I leave it on the website in whatever condition it was when it first came out. So if you downloaded something and used it and then there's some newer version doesn't work for your machine anymore, that's not likely from my retro stuff, but if it did, you'd be able to go back to the initial posting of, this goes so far back that if you go to antique plugins that only came out as audio units, you can still download those in fully unlocked non-demo versions for the really old stuff, like the pre-even 64-bit stuff. A bunch of that is still there. And it's the same way with GitHub. Like if you have something where the system produces versions of the Pample Juice based plugin and it generates binaries for you, it generates downloadable stuff, then what that can do is if it produced binaries and you don't go and actively delete them, people can still get access to that. So if they got excited, they installed the new plugin has some terrible problem and crashes and dies, you can go back and download the older ones, and that's very handy. And my hope is if we do get to do the monorepo thing, because what a monorepo does is it basically just causes GitHub to lose its mind and build a billion things. Possibly if you haven't made any changes, it skips the build. Which I don't know whether that would be good or not, but it is a single system where let me demonstrate using just Windows. So this is literally my code based on Pample Juice. Here's meter, here's console X. This is all I've got for the moment. And it will build locally, partly because unless I download a new version of it, it's not going to have current like GitHub versions of things. It's not bringing in any new versions of things like this is modules. See, it's a clap extension. This is Pample Juice contains this thing called Melatonin Inspector, which gives you a lot of information for GUI design. It's very handy if you're like laying things out pixel by pixel, which I'm not because mine resizes like crazy when you move it around. And here you have this. This is source for meter. And this is source for console X bus. Technically, you could have a version of Pample Juice and a version of GitHub continuous integration where these were their own separate little things and the console X bus section or the console X pre or meter or whatever just plain contained only this and all the rest of it was shared. That's what a monorepo is. A monorepo means that your individual instances of a plugin, they just only have this stuff. This stuff gets customized, all the rest of it, meaning here's a bunch of scripts, here's a bunch of things, CMake scripts. This all needs to get built. This is all the stuff that's way over my head, and I don't mind admitting it. Like Sudara knows this stuff. Bacon Paul is also very good at this kind of thing, has his own way of going about it. And what I like to call the real programmers who know how to do this properly seem to be really good at all this. It must be extremely laborious, but it tends to go way the heck over my head, and I can even show you why. See, Juice, Tools. Let's go and find some C code in here that's not where you find it. You see, I can't even find the code. I bet I can if I try. Builds, modules, console X bus. Oh, yep. Yep, I bet there's code in here, or is there? No, those are CMake scripts. See, this is the trouble I run into. Okay, so not in build, but modules, perhaps? Yeah, I bet I can find it there. Yeah, see, here's modules. You notice that the clap version there that I found earlier is not showing up in modules in this instance because it changed. It's slightly different. But here is some code. And here's the Melatonin Inspector. That's actually relatively simple, except for it's not as simple as you'd think because look at all that. It's including 1 through looks like 22 in the funny order that you get when counting things like this. And Juice Core H. Inspector component. So this probably has stuff that is C code, actually header file code. Yeah, C. Then you end up having stuff like this. So the part where C++ starts to go, component tree view item contains public tree view item and component listener. I don't know what explicit means in this context. I don't know how these C++ things talk to each other because I did not finish college and I didn't go to college for programming in the first place. So that leaves me a bit at a loss. And most people who are working commercial programmers look at me and go, you know this, right? Look here, box model. This is going to be graphics code, I bet you. Sometimes when this stuff goes on, like I released console X and had all kinds of bugs, none of which were Pample Juice's fault, turns out. But I was faced with all this kind of stuff, like some of this, like component label set color. I can figure out what that does. That's not that much unlike things like game engines, where you're telling those things to work. That could be another fun thing to do, actually, is we could play with game engines a little bit this afternoon, too. But yeah, I think maybe even Bacon Paul also didn't finish college or go for programming either. So I don't understand the reality of these things. Some people just seem to grok this stuff and some people don't, or at least lots of people don't. And I am one of the people who does my own thing, but I don't get this stuff as easily. When we get to this stuff, like having this object have a set bounds property, and it won't do it here, but if we were in Xcode, I'd be able to type period and then S, and it would probably give me options for completion. But there's areas in here where it loses me, or is too indirect, which is one reason why I will frequently, let's scamper forward a little bit and do some of this stuff. See, it's got a bunch of the same things here. And here's, again, ring modulator and ring modulator mono. So what I'm going to do is check and see, oh, I remember now. So the idea here is, oh, you would you? I was not joking. There is something that I want to do in a game engine. And I can even show you a couple of quick bits as far as previous things I've done in a game engine. But yeah, when I get into this stuff, and let's quickly add a couple of things here. So one of the things I always do is, similarly to full bucket synths, I have a opinion that double precision processing works better for audio, and also as few calculations as possible works better for audio. That's one of the reasons why Bacon Paul's initial downsampling worked so well, is that it was a very primitive, like 8 position FIR filter. And it ended up not being as consistent as he wanted, so he went with a much larger one, which had more pre-ring. But the one that he first tried was a very high efficiency, low CPU version that happened to have very few things in the filter to calculate with. We'll just call it sign position. Then, and that is in fact the one that, nope, we don't call it stereo, we just use it. The indentation of this is goofy. We'll just put them back. Point that I was beginning to make before getting distracted by that is that the way that I code a bunch of these things is not the way people normally do. And we can't honestly see it that easily here. In fact, I feel like maybe I'm going to put this aside for the moment, having just barely begun it, and open up something else. Recent, oh, cans, perfect, perfect. So normally the way people do stuff like this is not the way that I do it. We've got this, but these are little arrays, and rather than doing some elaborate multidimensional thing, I've named them A through P, and I have separate instances of each of these. And so it's like laboriously doing this stuff sort of one at a time, so I can see all of these different sets of arrays and see them directly. And modern computers are able to do things like make a loop of the array and go like, okay, so do this times this times this, and do it A through P, count out how many of those are, or even define a class. And you feed into the class like this stuff and how big the array is supposed to be, and also what letter it's supposed to be doing. And you make it a class, and then you talk about the class with like one line of code, rather than doing feedback A through D, left and right. Rather than having those be individual variables, you make another class for that, and then feedback all of the above equals 0. And that's normally how modern programmers do those things, and that's not what I'm doing when I do this kind of stuff. I tend to do it more like this, where we've got the input of the program, and we've got this thing where it's measuring something, counting up to where we do another sample of the internal reverb. That's why it's called undersampling, is we don't generate a reverb sample every single time. We hit this point, and now we're doing the reverb sample. And guess what? We are doing the reverb sample sort of one reverb section at a time. The if diffuse is less than 4 means that we are either doing a comb filter or an all-pass filter. This is a comb filter. It's a simple delay. This is an all-pass filter, but it's picking, what this variable diffuse does, and it's just checking it rather than making a class of like feed in this thing and then feed in the diffuse, and then it gives you the output of whatever it was supposed to be without you being able to see any of the internal workings. No. I am just doing an if-else statement for each one in turn, in whatever conditions it needs. And going through and doing these all manually, this is also why some of my stuff runs really fast on retro computers. Modern computers are a little better at doing this, but modern computers do have the weakness of, it's the way my brain works as well. Modern computers do have the weakness of they can do a lot of calculating, but you don't want to give them too many variables. So that's something worth keeping an eye out on. But we're like grinding away and doing all of this stuff sort of one thing at a time. Chunks like this could be a class. You could have a separate routine elsewhere that says like comb or all pass filter, and then the output would be, some kind of sample buffer, or the output would be 2 distinct variables or something. But I don't make classes out of stuff like this. I tend to just do it out in longhand, because that means it doesn't sink into abstractions. And I can expect that the execution of the program is going to tend to go from top to bottom. And it'll go through all of this stuff, not really detouring anywhere. We don't really see anywhere where it's calling another routine anywhere. Technically, some of the things that it does, like this bit in here, is actually a kind of routine where it's doing a logic operation. Count P is larger than short p. Question mark means either return one of these or the other, one side of the colon or the other side of the colon. So that's kind of like calling a routine. But as a rule, none of my stuff goes into functions. It is the opposite of functional programming. And that is why hello, whoever you are. First time catching an Airwindows stream, I saw the orange on there, the color code. And that puts me at odds with almost any working programmer in the modern world. Like, don't learn to code based on my stuff if you want to get a job in modern programming circles, because the way I do this stuff tends to really offend everybody. But it does tend to run real quick when it does run. And I find it easier to figure out. I wonder if I have library. Like, let me show you another example. The RMS Buddy might be in such an example. These are old versions of Oh, look, a SEPA. Awesome. I should have Freeverb in here. If I do, I can show it to you. Yep, Freeverb CJ. See, I got this to build, but I did not actually code it. I just got it to build so that I could have an output, and then I never used it for anything. AU source. So check this out. Freeverb CJ. I made this compile way back before I could do anything. And we've got our inputs and outputs, because it's got those. Seems to have 10 inputs and outputs. Or no, wait, have I? Oh no, it's not actually doing a thing. This is a blank. This doesn't actually have Freeverb in it. I should go and find Freeverb. Does it have any of it? No, it doesn't. Nope, this never ended up being built. I didn't actually end up finishing this, but maybe I can find the code for it elsewhere. Like in the antique folder or the first Airwindows folder. RMS Buddy was something that I made way back in the day. That was it was a early program that I was never able to maintain or keep, and all it did was it flashed colored squares for the left and right channels, and they went from green they flashed the squares that you would get out of like a VU meter. So if you got too loud, it would flash red, and it would mostly be sitting around being green. There's Freeverb CJ in a antique section. Might be exactly the same thing again. Oh, no, I bet that's not. Oh yeah, here we go. Okay, this is what I was telling you about. So here is what a real programmer does. And I agree that's rude. Here, let's open this. So this is all past CPP. So it has been constructed where it's functional programming. What functional programming means is it does something as split into little grains as this. This is what like modern day programming has been built on for forever. You have a thing called void all pass set feedback float val. All pass is a class. See, all pass, this is instantiation. It's supposedly calling, I might have just got Gibraltar drum things in. Wouldn't it be funny if this day became just a wild randomness of doing all kinds of things? So this would be instantiation. When I started coding, I didn't even understand that much. But you're expected to know, like, okay, if it says all pass : all pass, that means it's going to run this when it starts up. And buff IDX, that would be buffer index equals 0. Set buffer is another thing that you can call. It says it feeds in a float, but see this little asterisk? So it may be feeding, it's either feeding in the address of a float, or it's doing processing on the thing that you fed the location of into. Oh, Lean Bear, well, I'm happy to hear you say that. I'm glad that BezEQ is working out, because I have high hopes of incorporating that into console H. Yep. All pass mute. Mute is a void. That means it doesn't return anything. Now, when we see stuff in here, that means that's the stuff that it gets fed in. If you've got something like float in here, it means it returns something. You run this thing, and then it tells you something back. So if you go all pass get feedback in other code, you get back a variable. It's like this was a number of some kind. And then set feedback, you send val in. It sets the feedback thing inside this class, a class that is a all pass class. and then it stores that within this little class, which presumably is in the H++ file. And sure, here we got more of that kind of stuff that you do. Inline float. I honestly don't really know what inline means in this context. It's probably a coding thing. May or may not be relevant to modern computers. And public means that stuff can use this in the class, but private means you can't just go all pass : feedback and get a result out of it. You have to call a thing saying get feedback, and it'll give you back a float, and it'll give you back whatever this is. So presumably you have to assign that to something, because if we've never assigned feedback to anything, then it could be anything. You have to start up with making it be something. Let's see whether it does that, though. And we've got a thing saying set feedback, but instantiation is only setting buff index. So when we start using this class, it might actually have a nonsensical random feedback value until you tell it to be something. So that's interesting. And what an all-pass filter is, let's open, because we've got cans here. So the way that I understand these things is, switch that over a little bit. This is a all-pass filter. It's doing a little bit of a delay, and it multiplies stuff by 0.618. I'm technically using the full-on golden ratio for it. And then sustaining the amount of feedback in it, also using the golden ratio. And an all-pass filter is a part of a delay algorithm. So you generate the output number by starting with your inputs, and this is part of using it as an entire thing, right? It's 4 outputs from the previous stage, so we're like combining them together in this way that is part of a householder matrix. That's why it says JL, IL, KL, LL. We're combining those things together and subtracting this and making the new version of that what we just had that be, and then multiplying it by the golden ratio number, and then we're doing it for the right channel as well, explicitly, and it's just sitting there. Meanwhile, over in Freeverb land, this is an all-pass filter. I don't see where it does its thing. Let's go and hunt. Here's the HPP. So doing an all-pass filter, you are going to have to use that multiplying things by 0.618. If you're not using it that way, it's not an all-pass filter. And yet, I'm having a hard time even finding the numbers we need to use in order to make it do the thing. So let's search even farther. Is it in reverb model? Here's some more things to call. This is another class, reverb model is. And process mix and process replace. Pre-delay and room size. These are things you call on this to punch more values in there. I also don't know whether they come with default values in them or perhaps not. All-pass filters. Here it says num all passes somewhere, but I don't see num all passes here. See, this is... Modern programmers lose me every time. I mean, even Sodara is a little bit in that direction. And Jezar, who did Freeverb, has it so broken down into tiny little elements that I can't make head or tail of it. Comb tuning L1 and R1, num all passes. I don't know where num all passes lives. I don't see it here. It's going to be somewhere. Here's the CPP version of it. So comb L and comb R, those are arrays. Except for just plain an array doesn't have a function set buffer in it. So this is not actually an array. it's a object. It's an object-oriented program object. Same as this, all pass 0. And here's where the set feedback was going on, is that didn't start out being anything. So you sort of have to call this stuff, or it could be anything. It could be completely broken. It could be multiplying the feedback by 6 billion, except for it's a floating point number, so it can't quite be 6 billion. But we're calling these various things that go to strange and unfamiliar places in other files everywhere else. And indeed, the buffer will be full of rubbish if you haven't muted them, but I don't see where you're muting any of them. Can we find where it makes all passes multiply things by 0.618? That's typically the number that you use for having an all pass be an all pass. Comb filters don't do that. Comb filters are just a delay combined with the original sound. But all passes, they certainly do. Here we're calling all pass L process. It's an array, but I don't know really how the... Okay, so that's all. So this is apparently the entire thing, but it's leaving a lot out, it seems. Here's update, which is not actually doing a sample value. This is process mix. And then this is process replace. Update is change a thing and then kind of instantiate all these things again. And then this is a bunch of little functions. And they're the same deal. It's like you have to have a little function in order to set the internal object value to a thing. Currently they're all being called value, but these are all different functions. And you have to remember to call all the things, and I'm still looking for where, like, could it be that the all pass feedback value is not 0.618 in this, but because all pass isn't the old MIDI verb, actually used a multiplication factor of 0.5, because the oldest MIDI verbs, the very first two, the one with the RCA jacks and the first one with TRS jacks on the back that was rack mountable, they were using processing that was so primitive that they couldn't do divisions. So they had to shift bits to do it. And so those use multiplications by 0.5, and maybe this is literally, but I can't really find it very well. And then here's denormals H, and that is simply a define undenormalized sample as this. So this is preprocessor operations. None of this has nothing but preprocessor operations. So you're defining denormals, f and f denormals, hey Fotis, define denormals. So you can only include this once, but all it is another define. You don't actually have to define denormals. You could just put this in where the defined denormals is, and it would do exactly the same thing. This is the kind of stuff that loses me. And hey, Dialecticals, I'm glad that that was helping out for you. So yeah, this is all this is. You could just write this. Anywhere it says undenormalized sample, rather than having it sit in a special file called denormals that you invoke in order to define another define, in order to do this, you could just do that. And in fact, this is what it looks like when I do that. This is denormalization. So rather than having a special macro in which you have to define the denormals file and have a denormals h in order to bring this define in, which defines undenormalized as this in order to make sure that the sample doesn't have denormaled values that are too close to 0 and will hurt the computer, I just put this in here. I just put this in. Go figure. And yeah, so digression into that kind of nonsense complete. And I tell you what, I may not be making another cup of coffee, but I have to go and run to the little boy's room because I have to offload some of what this coffee was. So let me tell you what. Oop. Let's quickly set us up with so this is what Meter does with the track that I did mix, probably I think it was a couple of weeks ago by now. I'll be right back, probably before the song is done, but before terribly long.
Inviting, delighting, confiding, inciting, deriding, dividing, deciding. Delighting, confiding, inciting, deciding.
That should catch pretty soon. So yeah. Oh, and apparently the high score of the rating is gone to AA. Fair enough. Okay. This is not yet mastered. This is the raw mix, but clearly it went real hard. You can see how bright it goes, which is pretty bright. There's a bunch of brightness going on, but a fair bit of it is reasonably well controlled. And we got the peak cloud there. This is all what I'm trying to do with this type of thing. Yeah, understand overslews are what shows you what the really bright stuff is doing. Oh yeah, the Prometheus fireplace is engaged. It has kicked in again. So yeah, and thank you for your indulgence in letting me take that pit stop. It was much needed. Doing a fairly good job of the live streamer rushing off and being back in mere moments. So yeah, so what we have so far done is debugged cans AW. It will now be corrected. Oh, also remember, I have put up mastering by now, so you have that available to you, what you saw there. It wasn't doing anything at the time, but if you need to control those overslews, you can. Dialectical spectacle, if you were checking for a muddy mix, there are two ways of doing it with the two different meters that I have. If you have a muddy mix in Airwindows meter with the white dot chart, it will be drawing dots as green if they are darker rather than brighter. And then blue for sort of optimal, and red for overbright, overslew, more trouble than you need. If you were looking at console X, which I can't run on this vintage computer, I don't think I can anyhow, then can I? I suspect I can't, but wouldn't that be interesting? Have I ever tried? Do I have a VS Street folder? Let's find out. Yeah, see, I'll go in here. I don't seem to, I have a meter which may or may not work, very possibly won't, but I don't seem to have those other ones, so let's find out. Let's do a little quick experimentation, shall we? We'll jump over to here and drag some of my VST stuff in. Like this. It's the newest versions. I know the vintage computer won't do clap because it existed before clap existed. But we can at least copy these over. They are not as small as my retro plugins, but that's normal. They've been tending to be built as these giant 50 meg things, but that's because they are juice plugins and they contain way more than they're actually using. I would be willing to cut down the size of them by not including as many things, but I don't know how. To tape, well, let me check. Okay, so to tape 8 difference from to tape 7. In the to tape 7 is a kind of sandy, scratchy type of sound for the doubly calculations. It has a tendency to throw a bunch of kind of grungy energy in, which suggests that maybe that might be a good one to use as the basis for to cassette on the grounds that more grunge on a cassette would be desirable. The difference with to tape is to tape I scrambled and came out with a version where it was able to be a lot smoother when it was needed to. Now let me, I've ejected that, right? Quit out of Baby Edit. We're going to take a minute and see if the vintage machine is able to handle the world of Pampo Juice VST3. I might have already tried and failed. Command for moving. Oh, and it wants me to and a meter does. See, that might have been a really old attempt at it. And removing old computer, it's much slower. And now we eject that. Let's find out whether the antique machine can run this stuff. My only audio program is really Twisted Wave back here, so remains to be seen. Let's find out. Here we have this. I think it will go and find. It has. And I think these are, yeah, see, SSLX ISM. That's a VST3. That's an antique plugin. It has been some time since this plugin was around. This is what XISM does, is you got an analog or digital clip. So what you see there is all of the bits are being used because it's a 24-bit mix. If it was a 16-bit, it would only show these ones. And if you have digital clipping, it'll light up this. And if you have intersample clipping, it'll light up this. My stuff is pretty good at not hitting intersample clipping, even from old tracks. That doesn't mean that it'll run my actual plugins, though. So let's find out. So this would be the VST2s, and this might be the VST3s. Units as a flat list might distinguish whether they're 3s or 2s. VST effects, or it might not be able to find them at all. No, it doesn't seem to distinguish between 3s and 2s. So, do I have multiple listings for console X? Console X bus. Nope. So what I do now is I quit out of there. I go to the components file, and I temporarily move these out of the folder. While VST3 still has those. Although, I don't know though, like, do I have bitter in? I'll be able to tell like this. These, yeah, I do. Okay, so I think this old version of Twisted Wave doesn't know what a VST3 is, so I'm out of luck. That's a drag. But it runs on an antique Snow Leopard computer, so there's that. So there we go. Wasted a bit of time in that nonsense, but no matter. Oh, gosh. Where were we at? Let's do some of the next things with this. I'm very tempted to fool with Besi Comp, even though I'm beginning Ring Modulator. Maybe I should be good and do Ring Modulator. How about that? So here's the things we need to know about. I think I can actually open these up from recent projects. Yep. H file must have sign position, but that's as far as I got. So let's do the next things. We're going to cut down the number of these eventually, but there's 26 sliders for now. They all go from 0 to 1, like a VST would. And then since this is the mono, see, this is the thing that is going to count upwards from 0 to pi. And then we'll run it through a sine function, and that'll give us our output. And then and again, this is all being done pretty straightforwardly rather than having a class in which you call a function of the class to set it to 0. I don't do that. Save that, save that. We have this thing, well, we should have this thing in sample frames. And sample frames equals in frames to process. Oh no, it's adding that too. I was looking to see where this was. As it happens, these don't talk quite the same way. This one says source P equals in source P, but this one talks about in buffer, M buffers, M data. This is to be open source, yes. All my stuff comes out as MIT licensed. So we're good. We are instantiating a variable that says it is sample frames from in frames to process, and that is for the purpose of being able to do this calculation here. Temp equals double. And these are some of the things that we have available to us. And let's see. I shouldn't need this. This is old school. This is from back before I was doing undersampling in the way that I currently do it, so we can just delete that. And in mono, we'll call a variable increment. In stereo, we'll call variables increment L and increment R. And then we've got a further thing, which actually is already correct, a wet-dry calculation. We'll just change the name of that. Stomach is rumbling a little bit. I get to eat once the day is over. Them's the rules. So now we have a dry wet control. And we have this sitting around. What is this for? Well, I'll tell you. I need to add some more variables in the H file. Because this is like the equivalent of what my stuff uses for classes, is the whole thing is one giant class. And I want a and a B version of a thing. Because I need to make increment. Oh, and it needs to be double. Let's abbreviate that to ink. So there's a way that we manage this stuff that we're going to have to get back to. And that needs to be left and right as well. If they're to be independent. I will often do stuff like that. If I have something that has to be stepped through, then I may very well call it A and B. You go from A to B. When stuff has a left or a right version, I'll have L and R tucked in there, and that's how you can tell that it's meant to be left or right. So these are both slightly different from each other. I also have to blank them now that I've added them. You can do that. You don't always have to hit character turn for those. And the same on this over here, except for it's a little bigger. Wait, that's not right at all. Got confused. Oh, there's a minus. That's not supposed to be there. There we go. So far, so good. So how does this work? It works like this. We're actually going to be defining increment in here. And we'll make it nice and short. It'll look like that. And then, if I remember correctly how this works, Sage Audio? Huh, interesting. Is we're doing one of these. We don't have to instantiate it either. The end result becomes this value. But before we get there, so what we're doing there is every time this comes around, we're grabbing the value again. So if it changes to the new target value, but the previous time through, A is whatever it was the last time. So when we get down to here, and I'm going to duplicate that here. With a little extra fussing. In fact, I can make them look as if they are one single line, because white space isn't that big of a deal in C. And remembering I gotta include that R and L. For the stereo one. So now these are sort of chasing the value as they go. Has all these warnings. I don't know why those warnings are there. Oh, interesting. I'm always very impressed if anybody picks up on discontinuity. That is not a plugin or a sound processing technique that anybody else really has. Nobody really figured it was important. By the way, I have something along the lines of discontinuity that is also coming out. If you saw earlier on that I had the upcoming plugin called Disintegrate. Disintegrate is the discontinuity like 20 times over, exaggerated and manipulated until you can push it way beyond its normal parameters. So there. Fortis, no and no. Although, actually, that's a very interesting idea. Making it be, making the floating point tether be wide. That would be an amusing idea. And no, I had not planned on making them be wide, but technically you could. You just wouldn't really hear any difference. It's at the level that it's not really going to be anything where you'd really get a change. It's a sort of belt and suspenders kind of thing. Doing the floating point dithering for me is about making sure that I'm protecting tone when it could be gradually eroded by problems like that, to the extent that they're considered problems, which usually they are not. And here we go. Works like this. Excuse me. So when you do this, what it does is it gives you these variables, but the variables chase the position of the fader, the slider, very, very quickly. Oh, unrelated question. I'm going to keep an eye on the questions. That's part of why I do this. It's like I'm getting my stuff done, yes. I'm also getting feedback on things that I could include, which sometimes work and sometimes don't. But it's very much for if you want to drop by and just shoot random questions, it's always good. Electric guitars that can emulate the tone of it. Dude, that is completely available in the box. That's nothing but convolutions. It's like a little itty bitty reverb in the shape of an acoustic or whatever. It's just a pile of... It's like speaker emulations. But instead of a speaker emulation, you do this. I can show you what you do to make the sound. And let me go whole hog and the correct thing. Do you want a acoustic guitar sound? Acoustic guitar that is sadly coming apart just a little bit and needs to be glued, but a acoustic guitar sound from a electric guitar or hex pickup. Do this. Maybe not as loud as that. It's still very loud. Do that. Maybe really close to the thing. Record that and run your pickup through it. Have it be as clear of a pickup as you can, and that's all you need. It is this sound. Including these. And if you didn't damp the strings, you get a ring. But in order to get the sound of the body, you do this. And you add that to the sound. I could give you a better sample for that, but still thought that counts. So like get a guitar or something, and that's what you do. Same for a banjo, same for whatever. What the guitars with the special pickups are doing is simply using like a piezo pickup as the source, meaning that they might be adjusting it to make it sound less piezo-y, but that's basically what it is. It's like a in-bridge piezo pickup that's giving you an extremely raw, extremely no tone to it kind of sound. A electric version might be something like an EMG 81. Those have a banjo-y sound to them. But bear in mind also that part of the way of doing that is having the pickup be right up against the bridge, which is an extremely bright sound, but also doesn't have as many holes in the harmonic response that you get from having like a Strat pickup or something. It's in a position along the string, so that's changing the sound. And what you really want is just the pickup directly in the bridge. Again, a piezo option to have the least colored and most direct and non-euphonic sound that you can possibly have, so that you can apply the tapping the bridge of the thing and then running that as an impulse response on it. And that's what that stuff does. I have plugins like that. Library. Antique. Let's see. See, I have plugins like that. See if we can show any of the files or code. I wonder if this even works. What's going on? No, that just opens that. This is a little weird. I don't know if I have code in here. There should be code in here. Let's go back to that folder. Resources and source. Okay, that should get me it. Hi, did you open? No. You opened it and I have to close this now. I'll have to start over. Let's open it in a separate program because this is behaving unpleasantly to me. Text Wrangler. Yeah. So this is an antique plugin of mine from back in the day when I had first started out. As you see, it is 2007. You need a convolving plugin, yes. You need a convolution reverb. It is a convolution reverb you will be using. That's the same thing that you do for, like, if you do a speaker cabinet impulse response. A speaker cabinet impulse response user is the tool that you would use for this, and it is also a convolution reverb. It's just a very small one. And so is this. Acoustic bass CPP. Not much to it. It's doing some weird things. This is me doing weird things, like mapping it to 24-bit linear first. But then here's what we do. This is a giant pile of me just taking a temporary value. You don't have to call things register either. That's something that I was doing in 2007 before I knew what I could do. And I just did this. here's how this is working. You take the initial sound, a temp which starts out as 0. See, it starts out as 0. And then as you go, you start adding stuff and then dividing it by 2. Adding more stuff, dividing it by 2. I'm doing it in this funny way, which is resulting in essentially a bizarrely constructed reverb. And we're just adding all of this stuff, having caused it to contain the correct values in here somehow. And then it converts it back to floating point again. And if I have this, you can even hear what it does. I'm going to close all of the things just for a moment. I don't know how much of that I have saved, but I don't care at this point. Let's see whether I have that and what I can do with Guitar Strat and Vibrato. So this is a DI guitar sound. You're only hearing it through the laptop. Do I have acoustic bass? It'll be in the Airwindows audio units and audio units only. I seem to, and here it is. And this does something else. So that's an impulse response. That is essentially, not that you can really hear it, sorry about that. I don't have a bass signal to put into it either. But this is an incredibly old vintage plugin done in a really strange way. And it turns a DI sound like this into an acoustic bass sound, except for with these notes. Actually, you know what? It would be fun to play this with the main speakers. Give me a second. A bunch of my stuff is fairly straightforward, but some of it is always cumbersome and like pulling teeth, because everything's always changing. Seat acquired. And let's shut that off. Let's take this and make a new document with just this in it. There, that's a little louder. And then let's convert this to other frequencies that are bass frequencies. How? By convert sampling rate to something hilariously low, and then I'll resample it back up. And we do not resample this. And then we'll convert the sampling rate back up to... This was back before I could do high sample rate stuff, so we're going to resample it to 44.1K because that's the frequency that acoustic bass runs at. There we go. There we go. Bass sounds that are made out of a guitar sound. Here's what acoustic bass does. You start with like, let's see. We'll loop this little section. And then acoustic bass. Because it's a little impulse response. So this is like a reverb. This is like a convolution reverb, but it's a tiny thing that's implemented very weirdly. this is sort of balancing the various parts of it between each other. Is that loud enough to hear clearly? Reasonably. And then if we set it to close mic at a much more of a distance, it's balancing the internal parts of it slightly differently. So that it's supposed to sound a little farther away. But all that is just balancing different aspects of the impulse response against each other. I think this might actually exist on the airwindows.com site as a antique downloadable plugin. If I was to do this again, I would be undersampling it, and then it would be all set. Because otherwise I'd have to recode it completely, and that would be a big pain. Oh, let's have even more fun. No document with selection. Let's normalize that so we can hear it real good. And then do the same thing. Convert sampling rate down to 32 Hertz without resample, and then back up to 44.1K with resample. Even sounds more like playing a bass, except for that it's very slow. And you can hear it a little better with the Omni mic. And then you can do this. And it's meant to sound like an acoustic bass from whatever. Here's the guitar. Here's the tonality of the bass being added to it. So the hope is that that sounds a little bit like an upright bass because it's got that extra tonality, and that was very likely produced in the same way or a similar way. You could simply take an upright bass, take a metal rod that is not too heavy, wrap it sharply on the bridge while holding the strings so they don't resonate, and boom. Use that as an impulse response and you get this. You could do the same thing with drums and stuff too. How did I learn? Honestly, I don't know so much. Oh, and it's going to ask me if I want to save changes, so I don't. So Zion, the answer for what you're asking is the main thing is having really strong opinions about what I want to hear. Because I've always been really dissatisfied by the sound of digital audio. So I went through a process of experimenting with things and learning what you could do or what you needed to change. And kind of going from there to try to get sounds that I liked. And let's reopen this. Let's see if it remembers any of the stuff I had. I've probably forgotten the last couple of things that I did, but that's fine. It's a live stream. Me talking to people is more important than me doing all of these things perfectly the first time, as if I was paying full attention to them. Because I am, but I'm also kind of, yep, see, a couple of changes that I missed. Maybe this one had some changes. It does. So here's where we left off. We've instantiated, oh no, we haven't actually got this all correct yet. Let's go and reproduce what I had done before and need to do again. So what that does is starts with the last one that we used and then gives us a new value, ink B. And then it does this. Ink is now ink A to the point of getting to ink B. It'll like go from the one to the other. And do not, okay, so yeah, there we go. It just tried to open that in there, but that wasn't actually part of the code at all, so it just had it loaded up. Where are we at? Okay, in this one we have done this bit. We just haven't done this bit, so fairly straightforward. That's the only one that I missed. So once we're finished with that, we're going to have something. And let's start with this. I like using parentheses for these. Yeah, I mean, I got asked, like, how did you get to do this? And, like, honestly, I probably know a lot more about audio than programming plugins because I'm still operating at a very basic level for that. But I just dug, groveling all over the internet since before 2007. And I experiment with things. I experiment with things and try to make stuff happen. Larger than... See, the thing that frustrates me here is that... let's see if I can make this simpler on myself. Oh, very good. Copy and paste. So there's a thing where this value goes up until it hits sign, at which point it resets. And it resets not to 0, but it resets to the next bit around the circle. If I take sign, we do this. So let's see. Firstly, only need one of these because we're in mono. We don't need that. Hang on. Maybe we do need those after all. Patience, patience, wait for me. Yeah, because here's how this works. This is my original form of the cruncher. So we got this out here, but instead of even thinking in terms of input sample R, what we're going to do is just straight up double this up. And let's remove the L's from this as well. But we keep the rest of this where it is. And no, I think we're basically good. So here's the next bit. So I could be putting a equation in all of these places. I could put this in a million different places. The problem is this is a math function that can be kind of expensive. So in this case, I do actually want to see if I do that. There. That is now going to be a oscillating frequency that is a sine wave at whatever speed I tell it to be. And it will go up and down based on what parameter A is doing. So this part's still fine. I could, however, use some power functions. Also, it will slow down to literal 0 at the lowest frequency, so that could conceivably be a problem. But it will go up to a very high frequency because get param A will go up to 1. And having it increment by 1, every sample is going to be a lot. It'll go up to a really high frequency. So what we're going to do is add a power function so that most of our numbers are a little lower than that. And I'm still allowing it to go to 0, but I might want to look into that. Although it is only the modulator, so I probably can get away with it letting it go to 0 because it's never going to be fed directly in. It's a multiplier. Ooh, Lean Bear, there's a conversation breaking out. Let me jump into the conversation. AP mastering is correct. And I'll tell you why. Ever since the police's synchronicity, big recording acts have been mastering to, if nothing else, like Sony Dash Digital. And that's like a 50 hertz sampling rate. It's not even CD or anything like that. It's an unusual format. It's not like CD or whatever. But ever since the day, way back in, like, again, the difference between Ghost in the Machine and synchronicity is the difference between mastering to recording tape and mastering to digital tape. But it is digital tape. And you can't tell. You can tell in a number of ways. One of the ways is that the dynamic range is actually way higher than you'd get off of analog tape. That's one of the reasons that your big 80s music, classic stuff like, I don't know, Men at Work or whatever, is multi-track recording on 2-inch multi-track tape. But at a certain point, it became the big thing to master to, like Sony Dash. They were mastering to digital reel-to-reel tape. And that does count as digital. And then it goes into the mastering lathe and turns back into analog again. And honestly, handled properly, you can go to a even CD rate for one conversion to and from. You can, if you really do it properly, not lose all that incredibly much. You have to work at it. And one of the things going on with stuff like your old Bruce Springsteen, like Born in the USA, that really 80s sounding stuff, even though it came out as vinyl records, when it started sounding super duper 80s, that's why. So AP mastering is correct. A lot of recordings since the early 80s used the, and there have also been mastering lathes that used a digital delay to delay stuff for being able to do higher levels and manage the acceleration limiting and space the spacing of the, that's when records started getting louder as well. is the pre-delay between the cutting head and the input, where it's watching for loud sound so that they can move the groove over in order to have the groove continue to fit. Those started using digital delays too, rather than just kind of having to wing it. It started to, and I bet he was thinking about the digital delay built into lathes. Yes, he's correct. This is one of the reasons why I gravitated towards vinyl records that were cut before they were doing that, because back in the day, there were some positive things about that digital processing, such as the extremely large peak energy you could capture. Like, I think maybe Rumors could be another example of that easily, because of when that started to happen, the sheer amount of peak energy they were able to get onto records. When you have the attack of the drum and it's like 30 dB over everything else, that's when you have digital processing in the lathe. When they're able to do stuff like that and get away with it, rather than to have all of the grooves like 2 miles apart from each other. That's why. Anywho, we are beginning to move along with this stuff. I can quit out a calculator again. And yeah, again, we're not doing this sign calculation 65 times. Modern computers could do that, mind you, but we're not doing that at 44.1K and up. We're taking that saved result and then doing it this way. And technically, this should be ready to run. But we're not going to jump at that just yet because I have a further thing to do. Let's see. Here's Inc. L and R. Paste that twice. And now we just got a bunch of L's to punch in. We're taking the L's. And then indeed also the variables that we're creating. Oh, and I forgot one. It wouldn't have compiled like that. And then R's. Doing this also gets me away from a problem with Windows builds where they don't have MPI defined. So you either have to define it or just use the number, and I'm just using the number. It's fine. And now we're going to, let's see. Ooh, it grinds a little bit, doesn't it? Oh. We're going to take this and make it a stereo version. I'll leave that comment in the initial one. And I know why too, it's because we have all of this up here. If I delete this stack of assignments, it grinds for a while. But we're not going to do that just yet. So let's see, out is fine for that one. But for this one, we need to, well, no we don't, do we? We can repurpose it. We do this. And then we don't have to redefine it, but we do have to replace it as 0. And then, let's see. We do this and this. Oh, hang on, no. I selected the wrong one. Actually, I can do that faster. There we go. This was the one I wanted because we're on the left channel. We poke that in there, And then we change all of these to be R's again. Sometimes I like doing things with a simple quick gesture. It's like backspace and then capital R, down. Sometimes it's more convenient than other times. And then here's where sign result R comes into play. Does it look about right? Yes, it looks about right. Input sample R equals out. So far, so good. Time to build. Probably not. Nope, it needs to be built twice because these ones. Oh, hang on. We still have a problem, don't we? Okay, what's our issue here? Oh, I've got it backwards. So where am I? LA, LB, LA, LB. This is the only place that it's wrong. Got that one backwards. Let's see if we can build now. Nope. I still have the same problems. Oh, okay. Well, what did we call that? Sign with an E. There we go. There's your problem. I probably did that because I was nervous of calling it just SIN. Because SIN parentheses is a function, as we see right here. So I was trying to make it be farther away from the name of the function. How are we doing? Got there. A million warnings. And has this one. Okay, the complaining it is doing. Oh, I have also failed. I've missed a trick. It's trying its best, but it's not going to do very well. I forgot to give it a name, which is probably the case for this one as well. Nope. So ring modulator is called RMod. So we'll call the mono version RMon. And then it can build. Because if it was just question marks, it wouldn't work properly. So make sure this one builds. No issues. This is probably going to build okay now. Ah, I stand corrected. Where's your little problem? Oh, same problem. It's spelled with an E. And that's what this kind of thing is like, going through this stuff. You're trying to figure out what silly mistake you made and figuring it out. And here we have another build. So apart from all the extra knobs we have, we probably have working ring modulator builds, and that's kind of cool. Firstly, option drag, so I can copy it over there. Wait, what am I doing? I don't need to copy that because it's not near being ready to go. And here's our sounds. We'll fire up guitar noises. Oh, you had to change the light switch? Fair enough, fair enough. I'm always happy to see the chatting going around so fast that I can't even keep up. It's nice that folks are able to chat with each other. And what do we get? Oh, we don't even have that listed anymore. R for ring modulation. Let's see how many things I have made. R, S. So this ring modulator and ring modulator mono. This is a mono track, so I might as well fire this one up. Silence, because it's at 0. But I hear a problem. See, we got a tremolo, but something's happening. And I wonder whether it is simply the fact that it is inverting phase. So you know what to do. We know what we do now. It's making that nasty grindy noise, so we apply and then look at what it did. And then be sure not to save what that made. It does look a little bit like it is simply, see that frequency there? So here's the question. Do we go full on? Also, I haven't tried a thing yet. Undo. See, it doesn't have the grindy noise there. But I do have a wet dry in there. So what's going to happen if we are not having it cranked up as much? Because we have it cranked up all the way. Can we make it have a mellower tone by simply not turning it up that much? We need to make the frequencies a lot lower. No, this is not a constellation. You know, you can get the ring modulator sound easier. Well, I am now wondering whether I really want to have it inverting. Because I feel like one of the things that this could be, so listen. Or wait. Hear that warble? I can make it very aggressive. But there's a high frequency buzz to it because it's inverting phase all the time. And if I turn it down, that high frequency buzz is still there. And we can give a hint of it, yeah, but so what can we do? Oh, no, do not save. It's like the superhero, donut steal, do not save. Here's our code. Also, let's delete this nonsense. It'll take it a little while to grind through that, but that's fine. What I'm talking about now is, can we make it use the sine to go between full volume and silence rather than inverting? The silence will still be there, but I've just removed one of the bits. See? Like, if sine result is always we can make it increase amplitude. So watch this. Sine pause plus 1.0. Now it goes from 0 to 2 instead of -1 to 1. That should be perfectly accurate and correct in every way. Meaning we don't need the fabs, but it won't actually hurt it. It will just ignore these now. We don't need either of these anymore. And we don't need the fabs on that either. But before we do that, let's see what it sounds like. Because now what we're doing, the modulation amount never goes negative, and it's still doing a sine, but the sine is now offset. And it'll go to twice as loud as it did. So let's see what we got here. Fine, this looks good. And the idea is to do something where you can do that ring modulation. I'm going to have to adjust the settings of things. Let's make it loud so you can hear it again. So now it does this. Don't know what I was expecting. Wasn't that. What do we got? Well, this should actually be making it distort, and I think I'm hearing some of that, so let's see. But shouldn't be making the grindy noise that it was making. So what went wrong? Okay, we're doing a tremolo now. That's what's happening. So that actually wasn't the right answer after all. We're not doing an invert. But we're straight up doing a really fast tremolo. That's not correct. So undo and donut save. Magical Hero donut save. So you can see where I'm at with this stuff. Like, sine now is always going to be a larger value. So fabs of that is always going to be positive as well. So the polarity is correct each time here. But maybe the edgy sound is more correct than I had given it credit for. I'm a little skeptical. Man, I love the fact that everybody is chatting away so fast I can't even keep up. Anyways, onwards. And by onwards I mean let's go back to what I had before and see whether maybe there's other kinds of sounds that will suit me. Because here's the thing. That should be keeping the signs correct. It has to do a square root to do what it is meant to do. Maybe that's what's causing some of my sound. Let's do a quick little override. If I do a quick little override and I'm not actually... Ooh, here's a thought. Oh. So in that case, we can make the wait. I don't need to do times equal. That doesn't make any sense at all. Or rather, it will update input sample, but then also use it. So what this would have done is, oh, are you looking at old scrollbacks or whatever? MAME is some kind of Pamplejuice-based GUI plugin that I grabbed from somewhere in hopes of being able to figure it out. He was too function-based for me, so I wasn't able to figure it out. Leanberry, you're almost certainly correct. There's two different versions of Grooveware. They're both individual plugins. And Grooveware had a certain sharpening effect. So there is now there's Crunchy Grooveware, and then there's a darker version. And the darker version is the one that doesn't accentuate trebles quite so much. So, And yeah, I think I got confused about the MAME conversation. That's not actually the one I was thinking of. So what this does is input sample times equals sign result. So this could conceivably update input sample and then assign it to no square, but we don't actually want that. We want this. I made a mistake. Not a big mistake. And then if we simply replace that with dry sample, now we can listen to some variations and see what they do. And that goes like this. Boop. Get our little clear DI guitars. I've actually got another DI guitar wave, don't I? What's this? That's from something or other. I don't remember what. So now we can do this. That's definitely a ring modulator. But this is what it sounds like without the square. Yeah, it does in fact sound different. That's probably as good as I'm gonna get out of this. And I do think the square version is closer to what I'm shooting for here. I also wonder whether it's like 259 and the stove is Getting dark again. Let me take a minute and do this. Oh, no wonder it went so fast. I hadn't engaged the damper. Every time I do that, it wastes a little bit of wood. Whatever, I've got wood. As in fuel to burn. Don't take me the wrong way there. Not while streaming, anywho. There we go. Let's get a bunch of these flaring up real fast. This is a very crunchy log with all manner of empty spaces in there. And then that burned through so quickly that I'm going to have to start it up with a piece of paper. However, it burned through so quickly that it heated the stove up, so I can go immediately to the damper. And poof. Off we go. It will end up getting cold if I don't keep up with this. Yep. Also, is my kettle empty? Let's have a look. No, there's a little water in there still. Over to the damper. And back we are. So I'm probably going to want this over this. Simply because it's a little beefier, but it doesn't significantly change anything. It's basically about the same. So cut out of here. Didn't need to even worry about saving anything. And dry sample. And now let's continue working with those power factors. This is going to be power of 5. This is going to be power of like 3. Because we didn't need to add much in order to start hearing it. I'm just looking at some of the chat. So let's see. So far so good. Let's get it ready to roll. Swoop. And we will, let's see, the frequency. Let's start it at 0.5. Goes up to far higher frequencies. Oh, hang on. I made a mistake. And we're starting it at fully dry and not applying any of this. You have to turn it up to hear it. My D key is wearing out. You should see this. The keys in this laptop are hilariously worn out. As they should be. Okay, so those go away. These go away. Number of parameters 2. That's got this bit taken care of. And zoop up to here. These are now good to go, but these get to be deleted, I think, fairly quickly. But then this will grind a bit. When I delete all of these, it'll probably be like hang on, I got you. And it will slowly be deleting these things. Let's see if that's true. Nope. Must have been in the actual code where it grinds. Got that. Got this. It's good. It's done. That's all it needs. Why would I make a plugin combining inflamer and single-ended triode? I think maybe this Excion synthesizer has just added something like that. I am not sure. Okay, let's build it. And we should be all set. So ring modulator now goes away, and I will even save it to the desktop on the assumption that it's done. It might just be done. And now we got to go through and do the same thing with this one, except for it has 3 controls rather than 2. I'll show you what I mean by grind in a moment. And this needs to be 3. This bit's probably fine. So when this is here, if I delete this all at once, it'll grind, by which I mean it grinds to a halt and stops for a moment, and you can't figure out what it's doing. So I had the impression that when you deleted some of these other sections, the same thing happened. It didn't happen there. And I'll see whether it happens here. Nope. But I assure you that when I select all of these, maybe it's because it's complaining about having unused variables, but see, I hit delete, but it's sitting there thinking real hard, and it'll eventually figure it out. But yeah, that's our jam for this one, and there it is, successfully done it. And this should be what it needs to be. If so, it will build. I think it built. So we drag that to the desktop as well, into the components folder. And DI guitar, oh wait, spoke a little too soon. Well, we can at least do it on the mono version. So this should have a setting where the frequency gives me useful ring modulating settings in the middle. Kind of aliasy with this. so out of phase with each other, which is not what I was expecting. Okay, so maybe not quite as much of the power function on dry wet, because in the middle it's not really registering. I mean, it is and it isn't. So that's all fun. And back into the breach, because not only do I need to change that, also I feel that should be scaled. That should be scaled. So ring modulator and ring modulator mono. Notice we have the ability to scale this, and yet we are not doing it. Overall scale times equals get sample rates. So to scale this so it gives you the same frequencies, you do inc b equals power get parameter param a, comma 5. That gives you a really wide range between the possible settings. That's probably fine. But then we're going to divide by overall scale, because overall scale will be 2 if it's at a high sample rate. So you divide that by 2 and you'll end up at the same frequency. So we have to do that, and this does not need to be 3. It can be 2 and it'll be fine. And then the part that I missed is I don't think I made those updates here. Let's see, can we open? Do I have the wrong one? I do. Can we open? We can. Here we are. There's overall scale. And we have not yet applied these things. So how param c 2, and this one goes to 5 divided by overall scale. Oops. Comma 5, paren, divided. That's going to make some of my stuff behave a little bit better. Although, bear in mind the prospects of making the FM thing alias. There are possibilities there as well. It's just bad. I'm taking a moment and continuing to keep an eye on chat. In fact, what I should do is widen the chat window so that more of you folks fit. You don't just scroll off too easily. Yeah, there we go. Alrighty. So that should actually 5, and 2, eh? 5 and 2, okay. That should actually be it. That should actually be the answer. So we should be able to close it up again. Not only that, if my demos are along the lines, oh, do we not have, we need both of these things open, like you. There we go. Optioni drag and into the components folder with ya. Optioni drag and onto the desktop with ya. Dragging stuff to different places is commutative. in that I could do that either way around and it would be fine. And there was no selection. Okay. Boop. There we go. And let's go back to this section. We got loud notes here, so I don't have to amplify anything. And I should be able to ring modulate that. Let's see what we get. It really makes a buzz at low frequencies, doesn't it? We do get our notes though. Like, why is it doing this? It's making it so damn messy. Shouldn't it be just modulating? Ah, we've made it go silent. Why is it doing that thing? Okay, I give up. I want to find out what it's doing. What's it doing? So this is it starting to ramp up. What we're seeing is a subsonic, incredibly slow ramping up of the frequencies. Why is it making a buzz? What do we see here? Hello. I see a little discontinuity. That's interesting. What's that about? Why do we have this funny little discontinuity? That surely is supposed to be not this. What's going on? Like, just look at it. It's taking waveforms and turning them into like spiky hyper sines. The parts right near zero are incredibly amplified. What's going on here? Should it be... Yeah, because this is telltale enough that I gotta wonder whether there's other experiments that could maybe give me an answer. So we've got a sine out of this. The sine is sweeping through zero. From 1. The waveforms seem to be okay. But we have this real tendency. It's like, I mean, is Fabs not working correctly or something? Trying to keep an eye out for Jep. Yep. Plastic Man is spelled with a K. Richie Houghton. It's one of those things I know quite a bit about because I took a great interest in that techno music. You have to analyze Plastic Man within the context of minimal techno. Well, how about, hmm. I don't think my sign updating let's take a moment to just do a couple of quick experiments. Firstly, are we generating a sign? We can find out real quick. After we build it, there we go. Should be able to pick any section and it won't matter. Although let's select a section. This one's as good as any. Modulator. Okay, that doesn't sound as sign-like as it should. What? Oh, it's one side? What's going on here? No wonder I'm having problems if this is what it's doing. Why for you do this? Okay, let's undo it, quit out of there. Why for you do this? We are not updating sign result anywhere here. Okay, so double sign result equals sign pause. What the actual? Well, you know, one thing we could do is simply not update it. It does not matter how high the number gets. Sign will return a value that is, so maybe I should be going to 6 point whatever, double sign. We'll find out. Save, build. We are now no longer setting sign down to anything. Instead, it just continues increasing infinitely. I don't know whether that makes the calculation harder to make. But I do know that if that was our problem, it will be solved. So let's limit it to that. Go back to this and apply. Aha! That's a sign. That's a sign when the first one was not. We're getting somewhere. I think I may have made a simple mistake based on the idea that 0, 1.5, 3, 4 something, and then 6 something. In order to get both of these waves, I have to do double what the sign is. So let's figure that one out. Got there. Do not save. So that's a simple mistake. I didn't see that one coming, but it's fine. Calculator. Give me sine times 2. Thank you. That ought to do it. Copy. Interesting that we're doing sine-based things, but we don't get to use 3.1415, etc. Build. Now let's see what it sounds like. This might be gratifying. Because remember, I don't want that grindy noise. But that's what it was making. Oh, I've also forgot a thing. Okay, so quick test. Having just done this, we've now got it getting reset each time. But it should do a sine that works just fine. And that does appear to be what we've got, so good. However, we don't want to just override the ring modulator part. We want to retain the ring modulator part. And we might also be right up to the point where we can, in fact, it's even still in the paste buffer. Need to throw another log on already. Boop, 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 boop. Save, build, and then we can have 2. Quit out of the calculator, jump back into Twisted Wave and open up our recent file. And I'm going to tell you, probably worth actually going and listening already. Mono. Voila. No, we still got only the sine because I didn't copy the other one over. I copied the 2-channel one over, but I have not yet copied this one over. There we go. That was a loud sine. Apologies for how loud the sine was. Okay, but on the other hand, that proves that the sine was working. Am I still needing assistance, or are we ready to actually demo the silly thing? Let's find out. Lovely. Not only that, I think we're going to start to hear more subtlety in lower settings. Let's find out if that's even true. Yeah, I'm calling it. I'm getting clear ring modulatory sounds, and it's still a little buzzy. I'm still getting that result though. What the hey? It's like it's having problems doing its thing. Do I need to dig up that website, Herbie? Let's quickly apply that and see what it did. Yep, there's the tremolo effect going on, all right. Appears to be about correct. However, when we zoom into these quiet bits, there's our hypersines again. As it comes close to 0, it freaks out. That's interesting. That's where that artifact is coming from. See, it's not supposed to be getting sharper in here. So, this gives rise to many questions. Okay, I mentioned a thing called Herbie. Let's go and look at that. Herbie automatically improving floating point accuracy. This is what would be going on. Web demo. Okay, let's dig up my audio. We'll quit out of there. And all the rest of this stuff can be trusted to be normal. But here's a bit that can't. So, square root of fabs x times fabs x. If I can get that part right, it'll be fine. And may have to, okay, actually no. I have answers for this. They're going to be -1 to 1. In both cases. That's cool. Okay, what must we do? It will also tell me how wrong it is. Because what I'm seeing is this is coming out all kinds of wrong. And I want to find out what I must do. Aha! Initial program and most accurate alternative. Initial program looks really bad. Interesting. So yeah, so here's what I'm looking at. And we've got if statements and then we've got this stuff going on. So yeah, this would have something to do with why I'm getting that weird artifact. 54.0 accurate. That's what I gave it. That's what I've got. See? Literally that. So my alternatives, I have two alternatives. These. Here's one. Oh God, it's making a little routine. Here's another. Interesting. Okay, I can definitely afford to make this go slower. And this is designed to be used, so I'm allowed to use it. Oh, what do they do in Java? Oh, pff, nothing useful. Ba-ba-dum. Hey, I can do it in Fortran. Whee! I'm going to look up what assert means. It's saying assert repeatedly. but I don't see how that is, like, I don't see where it's calling a function that is called code. Okay, so let's go and find that. What does this macro do? Well, that's not helpful. It just stops. Seems like that might be not as helpful. And we absolutely do not want to terminate the program. This is a plugin. It needs to continue to operate even if it's doing something it doesn't expect. So what the actual hell? These look very similar up to a point. So I can go from 54.0% accurate, which is clearly the problem, to you got a bunch of goofy stuff going on. Well, reproduce, do that, okay. Okay, those two things that are meant to be accurate. Everything is also using the square root. Don't mind me, I'm just figuring out how this even goes. If it goes well, I'll be able to fix the problem anyway. Because, yeah, anytime you give it your little calculation thing and it's like, oh, okay, this simple program that you did is like 50% accurate, usually that's for really bad mistakes. So the Herbie is clearly finding heinous problems with this and claims to have a couple of ways of making it be better without actually being way faster. In fact, it'll be about 2/3 the speed, but should work. So let's see. Back over to coding stream, we're going to try to reproduce that. We'll use doubles. It seems to want to say y_m or x_m, so we'll do that. So double NSM equals fabs let's do it like this. In M and S and sin M. or inem and synem, as we are making this free of sin. And see, input sample, presumably. Yeah, there we go. So that's what we need to start. Assert means it simply quits the program if it's not that, and that's clearly not going to be okay. I don't honestly know why it's doing this. Well, I mean, here's the thing, is like, I super don't know mathematics, so I'm grappling my way through this. I didn't even know what an assert meant. One thing, however, that does mean is it quits the program if x is less than y. So x needs to be bigger. Multiplication is commutative. So if it correctly follows its thing, I can make it work by just swapping the values. So assert x less than y, so x needs to be larger. That's the same as x less than y. X was the first one. No, wait, hang on. No, it's not. X should be the first one, so we're going to reverse those things. Am confused. Okay, the second one we hit is supposed to be larger. They have just done it in order of y and x, whereas I'm doing it the other way around. So sine is supposed to be larger to do it the way they've got it spelled out. And double code with those two values simply means run this function with this square root. That's the only equation, so I can take out that whole code stuff. I don't know whether they think you're supposed to be able to figure this bit out, or what they mean by like literally not having it work unless it's in a certain order. That seems really dumb, but what the hey? Let's make these be in other order. It's as best as I can figure it out. So second thing becomes first thing. And if first thing less than second thing, which was the first one we incurred, but the sequence of doing those means nothing, so it's just confusing me for no good reason. But having ordered it now, y translates to the sign. X translates to input sample. Unless it's the other way around, because that's the way to make it work. Make it be the other way around. It can only be one or the other. So now if they are backwards, we simply flip them. And so at this point we can assume that our order of things is correct, rather than being the assert where if input sample was less than sign, it quits the program. And I don't understand why it attempted to do that. That's bonkers. Yet, there it is. So we now turn, so X is the input sample, Y is, and it's absolute. Why are we doing an absolute of an absolute? X underscore M is already fabs X. What? Also, going double code thing and then return square root is not calling that. It's just kind of there. This is some weird code. This is some weird code which I don't think actually... Oh, no, wait. I stand corrected. They have written it out sort of in the way that I've got it. That's the problem. Okay, so we still do need to use fabs X. I'm trying to figure out, hang on. I'm trying to figure out why this bit is here. That doesn't make any sense at all. Bonito, why not? Also, other people's ring modulators don't have the problem I'm running into, which also means other people's ring modulators don't have the performance I'm trying to produce. Now let me take a moment while I grapple with this one and throw another log on the fire. It's going to get very soon to warming up food for my tacos. But this has ended up being a very interesting day of coding, honestly. It's a bunch of weird problems popping up and stuff. Just a lot to do. Lot to do. Okay. I did not expect Herbie to show up as like, oh yeah, this simple equation that you did, it's super duper wrong. It goes to show you why I was having a problem with it. Stands to reason. So yeah. So way they're getting around this, let's copy one instance of it. Because if we can do it the one way, we can do it any way we want. The way they want to do it, having done this thing and then swapping the places if necessary, they want to do it square root fabs in M there's another paren in there. Fabs in M divided by M, except for Sn M. And parenthesis, times, not fabs, but just SNM. That's what they want. One paren, two parens for that. Why do we need two parens for that? I don't know. Because it needs to do the calculation somehow. Don't know why it's bracketing it in multiple parentheses, but there you go. The parenthesis makes it do the calculation in advance, so that's probably going to be the answer. And what it's doing is it's still running the square root function, but as these numbers get tinier, it's going to pump up enum to larger and larger sizes when it's tiny, because apparently square roots in tiny amounts is trouble. And then you multiply it by the other one, and it scales it back to what it's supposed to be. So it's like it's replacing a multiplication that will cause it to become a tiny value that square root freaks out over with the division, and then doing a multiplication again to scale it back down. But it has still applied what it had to apply. Let's see if that's true. This should be very interesting. Copy. And remember, we pasted in just like this, but keeping the negative, because that's the way that we cause it to be the right polarity. And then this can go away because that was just there to look at. Okay, let's see if this works. Go back to my coding stream again. Jimmy Mac has apparently done another thing. You have a comment saying change to a valid condition, return bit. So I still ain't following that. But this might work. We'll find out. We'll find out whether it compiles firstly. And yes, it did. And let's quickly see whether it does anything. Run it, see if it crashes, see if it makes a horrible noise. It has not removed the problem. It has not removed the problem. Look at that. Hey, I thought you said it was really accurate. There might be ways of getting around this though, but there's your problem right there. It does not like crossing through 0. Oh, honey, no. So could it be offset in some way? Also, let's listen to its mess again. Let's listen to what it do. It's doing a way better job of ring modulating though. a way better job of ring modulating now. We'll try a 0.5 and we'll have a look at what that looks like when it does this and we have some dry rather than just all wet. Because it's going to make a tremolo effect. That's for sure. And in fact, it's swapping phase a lot. So yeah, what do I got to do to smooth out that little kink right around 0? I am wondering whether simply doing some kind of offset would do it. Because it's neat what we got. That's neat. Neat that we're able to do the thing. I am all for the thing that it did. This is the raw original sound. We got that nasty buzz in the middle of it. So what must we do? Well, one of the things that's happening is I am in fact doing this square root. I'm just wondering whether I could apply some kind of offset. Because my polarities are fine. And doing this new change made the nasty ring modulatiness of it way better. But I'm still getting that problem. And Herbie claimed that it was fixed, which I don't think is true. Herbie is here. Oh, look, it's even less accurate on Y. Okay, so that should still be legit. Could it be a scaling problem? What would happen if we scaled it very differently? Multiply by lots. What's that going to do? And then scale it back down afterwards. What happens if our and sine don't have to scale that necessarily? Maybe we do. Shouldn't that do something? Is this going to do something? Let's find out. Could be just a giant catastrophe. Oh, screwed it up. Oop. There. Now replace it. Okay. So what on earth is going on with this beast? Let's make it be very quiet first of all. Okay. That is somewhat unhelpful, but it clearly took it down that much. So the next step is let's find out what happens if this one is also times 4096, because we just made it be much quieter. So if we multiply that one, does it make it be louder again? Or indeed overwhelmingly loud and blow up the speakers? Which, let's not. Hope we don't blow up the speakers, but let's find out what it does. And if we can find out what it does, let's find out whether it makes that horrible mistake or not. Stereo audio is not in two dimensions in quite the way that you mean. It's more like one dimension along two parallel paths. Okay, we just made the bits much louder than they were. Now what do we got? Interesting, what just happened? Wow, okay. So we've got our loud little central things, but all this other stuff has been reduced to silence, where before it was crossing over a little bit too loud. Huh. What the actual heck? Okay, so that's not helpful, but it's different. I didn't expect to see that. Clearly something went wrong. So that's not what we want. Let's put that back. And here's our sign result in input sample A. So what would we get if we don't have any, I've removed all the extra controls. If we did sign result, maybe plus something or minus something? No, we can't do that. There's a divide in here. So what does that mean? What that means is we always have to be making sure that sign is a little bit over 0. So plus 0. And then same deal for if it's the other way. Okay, those now match. So up, and I've moved past the coding stream. Let's put that back. Here's where we're at. So we've now made sure that sine m is fabs plus a tiny amount to make sure it's never 0. We're dividing and then multiplying by it. Now, whether it's the sine or the input sample is another question, but whatever it is, it's always going to be that. And if n being fab's input sample is less than sine, it would have to be like 0. It runs, so let's try it. We should be back to our original mess. Also, it's time for me to defrost some food, but before I do, I'm gonna at least try this. Taco night, so it's time to fool with that. Oh, hi. That tiny thing has just put this entire thing out of commission. What the actual heck? Wow. That's unexpected. Wow. That makes no sense. I shouldn't be able to shut off the entire thing just by that. And yet, oh, hang on. Never mind. I am silly man. I forgot to remove this. That's why I was doing it. Back into the breach to try it one more time, and then I gotta rush off and like turn my stove on and stuff. Because I do have to have dinner. There. Now it will make a noise. Whether it makes a nice noise is another question entirely. Because I know what I'm trying to make happen, and I'm willing to just hack it to make it happen. What do we got? There we go. Loving this part. Okay, now we look at the waveform after we have done it. What did we get? I think we got more of an offset rather than less. Huh. That made more of a goofy middle section. I keep feeling like there should be some way of just manipulating it until it skips this bit. This bit is very small. Although, like in an area like this, it's not as small as it looks. We have a real accelerating into the middle part there. It's accelerating too much. See, we got this little discontinuity right where it hits 0. And if I could smooth that out everywhere it hits, even in unreasonable ways, that would do it. Because the rest of it's fine. Could it simply be a matter of subtraction? I'm liking the tone I'm getting, but this didn't do squat. Could it be because it's from the opposite? The polarities need to be flipped? Invert the polarity of the neutron flow. So nm plus this. Snm has to be absolute value, so technically it can be 0, but it's not supposed to be. thing about this is that it is screening these things for 0. Like if sign is 0 or input sample is literal 0, it won't run these equations. So I'm probably safe. It's doing the SNM equals fab sign result, yes. It's reversing it if it doesn't like the order that they're running in. But neither of these can actually be 0, because it's if this is larger or less and ampersand, this is larger or less. So I can't actually get a 0. So, heartened by my logic, let's jump back in and see what happens when we did it the other way. I really need to go and warm my stove up and stuff. This is too interesting. Gotta love doing streams where like the technical problem is too interesting. Again. Looking about the same as before. Discontinuity in there. As it crosses 0, it freaks out. So logically, what I should do is try to find, because it looks like a very consistent size, like it passes through here, that's maybe a little larger, but then as it gets really faint, let's find some places where it's really faint. We've got these neat little offsets that all seem to be about the same size, so in theory I can simply do a subtraction. So yeah, oh, Gren's is posting from bed. I hope you feel better. You take that kind of stuff seriously. And meanwhile, I gotta take a moment. It's 4:13 and I've been saying that I was gonna warm up my stove for the last 15 minutes. Only be a moment. Okay, that wasn't that long. I'm back. Back to struggle with this some more. Okay, so every single waveform acts like it's a little bit too large by a fairly specific amount. It is, let's see. It is a space about this big. So, and I find some spots where it's real obvious where it cuts off. Oh, look, we got clipping. It went real loud. areas where it's like swooping near the center and just making a little nudge, because I might be able to dial in the exact amount. Like here's an area where I can kind of see. See? I need to make these dots converge with each other, and then it'll probably be, if not okay, then a lot better. Looks like 48 to 50 dB. Between 0 and 1. Back over. This is a beautiful example of like how Chris solves problems. I've used these things before. No, actually it would be more like 49 or 50. Let's call it 49. It'll get me in the ballpark anyway. Calculate. Oh, pff. You're no fun anymore. Dumb thing. Well, I know how many decimal points this is. And I can use 6 dB increments. So 49, 43 is twice the amount. Meh. Settle down, would ya? Here's a bulky calculator. Okay. And then 37? 37. Bulky calculator. I should go to Wolfram. Okay, the amount of decimal places on this is pathetic. Oh my God. This should have enough stinking decimal places. 49, please. Negative 49, rather. Wolfram's going to have enough decimal places. What? No solution. Oh my God. Calculating the ratio of minus 49 dB is too hard for Wolfram Alpha. Something has gone wrong, clearly. Well, I can do it the other way around. 49 dB. How's that? What? Wolfram, you've got to be kidding me. How can you not? I'm gobsmacked. Okay, I'm deeply surprised by that. Wolfram Alpha is supposed to be high, low. Oh, decibel calculator? Okay. Maybe I can go it the other way around. Okay, that's 70 dB down. Zero, zero, one. Please do that again. Okay, this is clearly useless. That's not what I thought it was going to do. So that's useless as well. I am 100% gobsmacked that Wolfram Alpha cannot calculate dB. That makes no sense at all. Wildest stream ever? Huh. Fair. Yeah, this is Wolfram Alpha for Orchestra and Man with the Chainsaw. How do you convert dB to ratio? Clearly not with Wolfram Alpha. You... What? Okay, here's another calculator. Maybe this one will work. Maybe it's not going to be as useful as I hoped. Minus 49 dB. 1E12 or 1.259E17. At least that's scientific. At least that's scientific. I don't think it's necessarily what I'm looking for. So E minus 17 means put that many zeros between 0 and the 1. So it's like, well, actually I'm not sure if that, oh, and the reference sounded, that's probably relative to this, so that's not necessarily helpful. My impression that Wolfram Alpha often handles decibel and related units oddly. You think? Woof. Okay, let's not ask them. I'm honestly surprised. I am straight up gobsmacked. This is what I'm looking for, is power gain. 49 dB down, which is where I am measuring it on this thing, see? See, this is the waveform that I made. And this is where these points hit. So between 48 dB down and 51 dB down is a number relative to -1 to 1. And if I subtract that number from this output waveform, just based on is it positive or negative, those will converge. So in theory, I can calculate the exact number it needs to remove this small gap, because that appears to be fairly consistent. Well, I said it consistent. I'm not sure if it's as consistent as I hoped. Maybe it's on the consistent side, or maybe it's not even slightly consistent. No, wait, that's still pretty steep. Whew. Hang on. It seems to be, well, is it relative to the rate at which it approaches? Like if you connected these two dots, would that then? Like if it goes this direction, and then whatever location they were before they crossed 0, do you just take that number and subtract it? That would be weird. I don't know if you have to. Yeah, that's a loud wave. It's the quiet ones that concern me, though. It's the quiet ones that always concern you. So let's find a really quiet section. Like, here we go. Here's something. And these little wiggles are probably fine as an interaction. But what's the size of these discontinuities? Oh, it appears to be able to reach a point of 0 under some circumstances. It looks like it's jittering. Okay, so here is the oh, this is macOS Snow Leopard. It's antique. Here's the thing. Find out how to identify this scenario, identify it and reverse it. Yeah, it seems to be bouncing. Doesn't really want to cross 0 like that. Something funny going on. And again here. So I feel as if I could negate some of this behavior. Oh, look, there's an interesting little fuzz. But that's part of the original sound, I think. Here's a sharp peak. But the size of the eccentricity is about the same, really. So if I can floor this, if I can subtract it and force it to be silent, I might be able to get that funny little discontinuity taken away. Back over to our calculations. 49 dB down. What does that equate to? Let's make it 48. Okay. So those are two different values that could conceivably be used. Couldn't tell you exactly which one, though. Oh, look. Impale goldfish with just a wire. That's not what that is. 20 log or 10 log. It's probably going to be one of these or the other. So if we make this go back down to where 0 is, the bars, if 003 was it, then it's 1/100th of the size of this. I could believe the offset here is about 1/100th the size, but maybe it's even smaller than that. In any case, undo. Let's jump back in here. Well, this gives me whether it needs to be positive or negative. I know that. So if I close these in parentheses, we've changed nothing. If I now it has to have 2 arguments. And that's how we do that. So now if we correct this by a factor, by simply subtracting something, then we can take the values down to 0 but no lower, so it won't overshoot. And that could also act as a kind of gate, but we're not looking to make it be a gate. We're looking to just take away that weird buzz. There's one of the values we're being offered. And the other one has 4 zeros rather than 2. And then we do another one of these. Wait, hang on. Nope, nope, nope. That needs to be here. It shows us that it's working. Because this whole calculation now needs to have positive gets subtracted, negative gets added. Let's see if this magically gives us a result. Oh, you didn't see that because I had it on display overlay. Don't, never mind me. Yeah. Oh, here we are. So here's what I just did. I added parentheses and more parentheses. This parenthesis encloses the square root thing that we've got, which is working perfectly except for that weird little offset. The offset is defined as 0.00398. That don't work. I'll do 4 zeros, 158. And we calculate it up. If it's positive, we subtract that, but then we've also got a F max, meaning it can either be positive or it can be 0, but it can never be negative because 0 is larger than a negative number. If it needs to be a negative number, we add off, take it the other direction. And we're going to build this and see what it does, because nothing to it but to try it. See whether it went too far. Hi, please drop that. Thank you. It got confused for a moment. It's a very old computer. So this might be too large. If it is too large, it will leave little gaps, little silences in the middle of all of this. We shall see. Doesn't sound smooth. What do we get? Huh. Didn't expect that. I don't see a change. Certainly not the change I was hoping for. Look, it's still doing the same thing. Here's a quiet little section. Huh. I'm a little confuzzled by that. I don't get it. I thought I had subtracted that bit. All of these should be converging towards the center. And being 0, maybe I simply don't have enough of it happening? Well, one way to find out. Hi. We're going to make everything be silence. That should do it. So I should be producing some 0 sample values out of this if this is working the way I expect. If not, something real strange is happening, which will be interesting in its own right. But this should do what I was thinking it was going to do. And it'll make a noise. And that made it much quieter as expected. So what does it look like? Yep, we have silences rather than the little offset. weirdly, I see a sort of dust on there though, and that's weird. Why would it be doing that? I'm not really seeing it when zoomed in. Yeah, so the concept works. The concept is able to floor these things. It's bringing them together. Tempted to bring in another control just to test it. Actually, I can absolutely do that. I'm simply using all wet for this testing, so I can simply repurpose the all wet slider. Let's do that. There. WAT. We're using WAT. There. Now I should be able to dial in the correct setting. And it would be nice if that works, because then I can move on and complete these things, as well as listen to them over various sounds rather than this test tone that we're using. So now, WAT is the control for adjusting that, and the dry wet is permanently always full wet. Okay. Hang on. Something else I can do. Yeah, and it's only at power 2 anyhow, so that seems legit. We can do that. Effect stack, this and a particular kind of meter. Yeah. The guy who makes this is somewhat troublesome, in that some of his attitudes are not great, but it sure is a handy thing. I will say that. So I should be seeing these little overtones. And that's the wrong setting. But I bet I can come up with something that is. Airwindows. Sonic. Now we can adjust it based on the little tiny artifacts. Yeah, Voxango guys, depending upon the crowd you hang out with, problematic is not a bad description. He's from a culture where he's not really very concerned about stuff like that, I guess. And so we can make it silent. And here's where we hear the full extent of the buzz that we had. And we'll try to find a neutral zone. 0.29. You compare that with the amount of buzzing off of it normally. We're doing too much. We're getting a certain kind of cancellation out of it. So I want as little high frequency buzz as I can manage. Was 29 actually better? Okay, so there's the thing. So now if we reduce that and apply it and then quit the stack, 24 is where we were at. We've got a certain amount of flatness, but passing through that point, yeah, look at that. Okay, so under certain circumstances, that seems to be the correct value. Let's go apply that. 24 times itself. Off becomes 0.5. Seven, 6. Let's see what happens. Getting close to the end of stream, dinner time, and all that kind of stuff. However, this has been a bunch of busy hours of cranking away with this stuff. There's something to be said for that. Really had a lot going on. Let's see what we got. If this works, I build it into that setting, or come up with something similar to it. I could call it 575, and that might work. Let's have a little listen to what this produced. Oh, wrong plugin. That's the most recent plugin. I was looking for another one, namely this one. Interesting, okay. There's still a little bit of buzz, but man, this is starting to do a good job at just frequency multiplying. And then we are not doing it as only listening to the ring line. Mixing only a little bit of it, and the amplitude of the bright buzzy stuff is even quieter. I don't have any personal experience, so I can't go too hard. I mean, if you want to come up with like a gentle, if you're concerned about the problematicness, I think you can get in the vicinity of what I'm talking about by going like, okay, so maybe he's a little too Flintstone, maybe he's a little bit too chauvinist kind of thing. There's all kinds of people, you know. Yeah, I'm not aware of anything really wild. I just know like there's social circles I'm in where he didn't actually go over too well. So it's that kind of thing. It's like if you run into somebody who's maybe a little more chauvinist than you and your friends are comfortable being around, and you know, not all cars are for use with all tracks. Meanwhile, I think this has gotten somewhere. To the point where I'm comfortable calling that done. I'm going to tell it to be 575, and you know why? Because my first computer was a Mac Performa 575. And we're going to punch this in wherever it says off. Because that's our new correction for this weird nonlinearity. The rest of it worked out real well. Oh, also, I don't think we need this here anymore, do we? This didn't do squat as far as fixing anything. So the question becomes, does that change this number? Or indeed, did it change the basically good results I was getting from that? If so, I gotta go and dial in another number. Probably not. Like this, the orders of magnitude are wildly different. So we should still be on track. Yeah, I got a little bit of a buzz there, but it's not that significant. And once we're in audio frequencies, yeah. It's a little hairy still. I don't think there was any good way to get away from that. That little click does a lovely job of pinging the resonance. And now we have a kick drum. And a sort of dying Pac-Man ghost. Actually, no dying Pac-Man. That's not a ghost, that's the Pac-Man. Cool, I'm satisfied. Got there. So I realize the next thing is in the final 10 minutes of stream, I will do the stereo version. And the stereo version will fairly easily become the VST version. I talk as if I haven't already programmed everything. No, this is accident. This particular one is stumbling across, like applying this, which Herbie gave me, which is another person's thing entirely. It's a college working on ways of making floating point representation better. And some of the rest of it is just accident. I will grant you that not everybody would be like, this looks like it's slightly offset. Let me just subtract something from it. And that's very much me. I will be like, these look like they're off this way. Let's just subtract something from each of the ones. But it worked. So I'm not griping about that. And this should be all fine. So I got a little updating to do. This is still cool. That's still cool. Let's make sure I have this good. 5, 2, yep. It's the amount of scaling to get. That stuff remains the same. That remains the same. That remains the same. But I gotta do this other stuff. So it needs to become this. So let's start by making this one. Okay, so out equals 0. We start here. And we go down to here. And that's going to be one instance of this stuff. And put sample L. Oh, also sine result L2. That also is balanced. And then this calculation just kind of, well, nope. Like that. And like this. And that should cover it. So then, this also needs to get replaced. And it becomes R, but we're not reinstantiating stuff this time. But I'm going to start by putting the R's in here so I know where I'm at. Go. And we just reuse these guys. Here's R's to cover that stuff. If I missed anything, it simply will not compile. But that's probably what I need. I think that's it. I think that's got it. Let's find out. Build. It succeeded. Commandants. Okay, so now in order to run this, I do actually have to convert it to stereo. That's doable. And here is the stereo version. Wait, what the hell is it called? Ring mod. RGKL Yes. But we can do this. Completely different frequencies from each side. I don't like that so much. Let's do some mellower things. There we go. It makes a nice little horrible left-righty thing. You can't hear it over the mono mic, but you're going to be hearing the interaction patterns. Ooh. Also, set it to low speeds. And we have a nice little wild stereo penny thing going on. That's not bad. Yeah, that's some busy panning, that is. Well, in that case, I'm not sure what this is, other than it's a glorious mess. We're going to call it a ring modulator because it sounds like one. Afghan, interesting observations. I'm gonna say this is done. Oh, hey, we can make a sort of horrible hi-hat out of it. Cool. And do not save. I guess I must have changed something. Oh, I made it stereo, that's why. Yeah. So Afghan, before I go, tape machines were made to record sound. It ain't about adding harmonics or reducing dynamic range. They did the best they could to record sound clearly and plainly. It's just the limitations of how you record audio onto magnetic waves on strips of iron oxide. So that's how that works. It became a thing because people... I can go on better. Final thoughts? It became a thing before there was even tape, because the technology began as wire recorders. Wire recorders are literal spools of, I guess, steel, unless it's iron, wire. And they were magnetized in this fluctuating way as they went through a magnetic field. Wire recorders are not what you would call hi-fi. Tape is a big improvement, but that's where it started. Wire recorders. And on that note, if I'm lucky, I can get all of this stuff done, and then maybe I'll be able to do mixing on Thursday. Although, honestly, I'm quite happy with how things worked out. Talk to you folks later. Bye-bye.